Halal HaWah, Tabernacle, a tent. From taberna, a shop or shed. From tabula, a board, or rather from its root. A tent, a temporary habitation. Like the Feast of Tabernacles, Feast of Booths. You put your booths up, you put your tent up, you imagine being in the wilderness, right? Among the Jews, the Hebrew, a movable building. So it's not one place forever. It's where the frequency is picking up at. There's many vortexes on Mama. If you know Amma, like I know Amma, Mama got energy popping off. So, we can have a vortex on this side of the world, that side of the world, connected to the same energy, right? That's why you're able to control the now, really from way over here. But now you realize that the now is over here. And I'm going to get some good, dismounts into some great work, man, by a couple great ox, man. But, yeah, okay, let's back it up. Let's have a good time with a teachable moment. And, this is for my Nagas. This is for Nagaville. I believe we're starting to see clearly. I believe that the veil is wearing off of us. And the more that we repeat some of the hijack foundations, sometimes as you build your foundation, you got to look at, keep revisiting what the hijack is founded on and just keep chopping down at that hijack tree. You know what I'm saying? The hijack tree. So this is what we do it for. All praise our Creator. Because we need to see clearly, because this ain't play. This is not a game. This is not a gimmick. This is about freedom, about knowing who we are, about the land that we defend, about the land He found us in, about the land we've always been in. Because it can never tell us no different other than, a bunch of conjecture. They can never say when we came here, when, the origin of this and that. They just say, yeah, out of Africa, since grade school, since the first spell in charm grammar school, we keep hearing about this out of Africa, until we realize that we're in it. We're in the farthest east. For you to claim anything Middle East over there as the kingdom of Jerusalem, Zion, I'm talking about the land of the Prester John. Before you talk City of David to me, please understand that your map has been flipped upside down. You got to at least account for that, my nog. This Mercator projection, this Mercury, this Thoth, this Mercator projection got you lost in the game, lost in the sauce. You used to be dripping in that mem sauce. But that mem gotta continue with orientation. Without orientation, you lost in the sauce. You can't go east if that's not east. If we're in the furthest India, the farthest Orient, that's a fact. And if you're in the farthest east, furthest India, farthest Orient, if you're the real Oriental, if China, Cathay is popping off right here, my nigga, there were maps, man. Did we have a map that had a Cathay on it or something? I know we had a map. Yeah, what's that? Oh, that's the Prester. Oh, okay. Cathay. Yeah, man. It's all about orientation, man. I should pull out my map pack. Oh man, I'm gonna start coming right out these ether packs. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you are up on things and got all the maps you need, because stuff like this is, easy to find in the ether pack. Hey, shout out to all my Nagas, man, copping the packs, man. Cathay map, China. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Look at that, look at that. Yeah, all these maps are in your ether pack. You could just pull them up. You already have them, man. You already got them. This is all I'm saying. We're going to get back to Tabernacle. You already know. You're with the drop. So we will be surfing the wave. This is what you came here for. We have always been interested in tearing down the lies, the lies that we've acquired, breaking the spell that's been put on us since grade school. So they told us that we from Africa. You knew they was lying to your face. You can't grow up today and say, yeah, the kingdom is, over there where they said we're from. Not when you already see the picture that in order for them to triumph right here in the promised land, they need to get your ass, your mentals out of here. They need to take your heart and put it somewhere else. I ask you, if this is the furthest India superior, that is, we see Florida, here be Florida, right? So this is connected to what we would call today North America. But in the 1500s, it was just called the land of the Great Khan. This is the Great Khan of China. Cathay. Cathay means pure land. So the car Cathay of Prester John, Cathay is Cathay. The Nagas of the pure land, the Nagas of the promised land, the Khan of China. Oh, the land unknown. So you telling me, I mean, where's Mexico? Where's Peru? Right? Antarctica's here. Oh, by the way, there's no cap. There's no cap on Antarctica's chest bone. But there's a bunch of, Nagas, and they say, oh, devils and devil worshippers. Or we just talking dragons in Antarctica. Who's drawing the map? Columbus sailed over here. I mean, we're getting the full thing. Okay. Isles of Savage, man. This is all their version of America, my Naga. Yeah, man. And right when you get to Florida, you're telling me you run right into China? Where they do that at? My Naga, this is the Far East. North America don't even exist. So by the time you try to run away from America and say, oh, you Native Americans think that America is the old world, my Naga, North America does not exist. You're in the superior India. You're in the land of the Prester. You're in the promised land. You're in Calais. Yeah. This is the land of the Khans, man. This is where they're getting the American title. They didn't come over here and find, some new world, my Naga. Does this look like a new world that they just build all these castles and temples and just pop it off in 30 years, man? They couldn't even plant food, but they just built an empire, my Naga. No, this is already here. So when we say they found us here, I'm saying they found us in the land of Cathay, Kapangu, Antioch, man. But then you got to dig on the Straits of Antioch, the Arnon, the separation of the borders between us and Moab and all them other Ammonites. The borders, my Naga, the boundaries are here. The rivers are here. Columbus found this great river, Orinoco, flowing out of terrestrial paradise right here, because Eden is here. Now, you want to call yourself an explorer? You think you've seen it all? And you ain't seen nothing, Jack. Or you ain't seen nothing yet. This is Cathay. This is India Superior. Okay. I just wanted to know that. So when we talk Far East and just finding us here in the furthest Orient, you can't say we came from Africa. They just found us in the furthest East. You can't check the origin on that. All you got to know for a fact is that there's already Nagas in the farthest East. How far does it go connected with the Pacific and the lands that are beneath the water that are older than Africa or this land of America right here, right? So we got the ancient lands right here, but you keep wanting to point us to Africa? Man, as far as we know, city of David could be underwater. As far as we know, Jerusalem and the Temple Mounts and the tabernacles could be underwater, ready to get revealed another time. I mean, we can never suffice to say that we've seen it all in India Superior, man. We just talking tabernacle, though. We just talking tabernacle. Among the Jews, a movable building so contrived as to be taken to pieces with ease and reconstructed. Big point. This is not a permanent building you're looking for when you say, where's the tabernacle? Or you want to find the ancient walls? Well, that's two different things. Where you looking for them walls at? How far in the Grand Canyon did you go? How far in Zion did you go? How much did you see? How much did you explore? How underground did you go? How much in the water did you go? Before you say you've seen it all and you've been there, done that, I'm just talking to, anyone who feels with arrogancy that, oh, this America must be some new territory, must be some new world. We must be new here. Or maybe we're old here, but we're still new here, Maybe we're old here, but we still came from somewhere else, even though we're the first. Where they do that at? How can you be first and it's not yours? That's called being an original. That's called being an American, right? So we just talking about a temple, but I'm talking about the American temple, man. Once they tell you that you're native of nature, of the creator, to America, original, applying to the aboriginals, which are the originals. But what's an aboriginal? I mean, we got to do it like it's the first time. If the aboriginal is the first, the original, the prime monarch, aboriginal people are the first inhabitants of the country. So that would be like a promised land, like you inhabited it by birthright. So if you're the first and the original, how can your land go to the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh? Watch how it comes together, Monagas. Just surf this wave in the tabernacle flow. I'm talking about the originals, not the abs, unless we're talking Abba. But we just talking original people, the first people. Come on, man. Hit the easy button, Brad. It's that simple. No cap on my number 2 pencil. Shit. No cap on Antarctica's chest bone. Where's the ice in the 1500s? It says this is a map of America and the way to China as men believed it to be, which an old pilot showed to King Henry VII in the year 1500. This is right before Estebanico popped off, right? This is what Estebanico would have had. This was given to King Henry for sure. Queen Isabella and Ferdinand would have had it. So they weren't looking for India. They knew they were coming in the greater India. They came to the find the great Khan, man. The great Khan is King David. Follow me now. So you can't put King David in a whole other land of so-called Africa today when they came here searching for the Khan. You will have to completely discredit the entire Prester John recon, proving he's right here in America on the British maps. This Negro connected with the cities of gold, this Negro connected with the fountain of youth, this Naga connected with the Khan of Khans. I'm talking Dawi. You will have to somehow just dismiss all this, you know what I'm saying, just to put David somewhere else, man. Who's over here? Who's the great Khan? Who got rolled up on by Genghis Khan? This is all happening. Not over there, right here. And there's no cap on Antarctica's chest bone. I know, very interesting. Follow me now. Who's the original? The first. So can the first be anything other than the natural inhabitants, the natural heirs of the land? Can they be anything other than who the land is for? Can the first be anything other than who the land is literally manifested for, my noggin? The first, the originals? So you just can't imagine these Hebrews being the originals right here. But maybe you're not imagining Cathay as it really is right here. This will be North America. Where's Cali? Where's Kentucky? This is Florida, my noggin. This is Florida, my noggin. Where's Vegas? Where's Washington? Where's Oregon? Where's Mexico? We're just talking Cathay. Meshe is Moshe. Meshe is Moshe. This is the land of the Prester, the priest, Moshe, Dawi. Oh, we're just talking Antioch. Original. So if you're the first and it's not your land, then who does it go to? Follow me now, my niggas. If you're the first and it's your land, who does it go to if not you? As in where they do that at? That it is your land by, okay. So you build a house. You're the first, you're the original. We can all admit you're the first, you're the original, you build a house. Does that house belong to someone else? I'm lost. I mean, where they do that at? How did that house get into another owner? How did your land get into the hands of another owner if you're the original? Where do they do that at? So we're going to tear down some fallacies. You can't be first and not have this land as your origin, as your birthright, as a primitive inhabitant. First settlers in the country are the originals. As the Celts in Europe, which is our people, and the Indians in America. Oh, you mean the originals? Because if they're the Indians, they're the Aboriginal, they're the original. Anaga, but who is they? They, the originals, are the American. Khan, a native of America, originally applied to the originals, the first, or copper-colored races found here. Hit the easy button, Brad. It's that simple. No cap on my number 2 pencil. No cap on Antarctica's chest bone. No ice. Ice cold. They looking for the Khan. Yeah, they coming cold as ice looking for the great Khan. Khan, CHAN is KHAN is K-A-N, it's C-A-N, it's Khan. Khan. That's the title that they came searching for, my naga. You don't get these titles by accident, man. But the Khan title belongs to the original Nagas. It's a very important point when we're talking about the American. Before you put the American in Africa, we must come from Africa, everything out of Africa. You're going to have some questions to answer by the end of this drop right here, man. I brought a couple homies with me, man. We got some things to talk about. Like, fall back. If you really want to know, if you really want to seek Zion, you want to seek Zion, you want to seek Zion, you want to seek that Zion. You only get that Zion after you get the frame and the shape, or you got a hijack in between that. Hey, get to the back of the line, in the back of the bus. When HaWah gives you much and you do little with it, it's a slap in the face to our Creator, to the code, and to all the originals. We stay firm, fixed, and immovable as the originals, copper-colored Nagas that were just found here, man. And that's just game over, body bag, lights out, because once they admit that we were just found here, then you got to say, oh, well, yeah, but you still came from Africa 12,000 years ago. You got to go crazy, you know what I'm saying? You still came from, what was the other one? Lemuria, you know, such and such. Look, man, all you can tell me is that I'm just found here. My origin, you can't even begin to get to the beginning of that. But what you damn sure ain't gonna do is link me to one place called Africa today, as if my people, these copper-colored Khans, could not be original any place anywhere else on Mama. Mama's melanated in one place. She got origin popping off in one place, right? These are people original here, not migrating in the migration evolution hijack you learn in grade school. All these migrations in the hijack must have came from Africa then, and 50,000 years ago, these Nagas came from Africa then. This is their origin. They are first Nagas. Then we could get into which one's older, which landmass is older, which, you know, hey, love to Kuta Mayo, hey, break down, you know, plenty of sources, you know, letting you know what it is. But, you know, that's for my Nagas that are truly interested in seeking Zion, not falling for the okie doke of everyone saying that it must be in the Middle East. If you're repeating the talking points of popular science and popular Zionist and popular, I don't care if you think it's in Telerad or you think it's in over there, you're still pointing to the same area. All these Nagas, all this stuff you see, all this beautiful flavor right here in India Superior, so-called North America, you think that came from the Middle East? You think all this swag came from the Middle East? This is American swag. This is swag frequency. We was just found here. Who? The originals. Or copper-colored Nagas, right? Okay. Land of the Khan. So where's the tabernacle? Would it be anywhere where the great Khan is? What's the Khan? Khan is the priest. We're talking the priesthood, which means we must be talking tabernacle. Khan, this is simple. You know what I'm saying? This gotta be connected, my Naga. This is for all my Nagas, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, these are the elements, you know what I mean, that we're being, you know what I'm saying, drained by, you know what I'm saying, by this same, you know, low vibrating, you know, no receipts having, you know what I'm saying, hijackville that's pushing this Hebrew out of Africa situation. You know what I'm saying? When the Hebrew, hey, is original right here. This is original Hebrew. This is Eber. This is Eber, man. And knowing that this is Eber, I mean, then that also means this is Keber or Heber. Heber, Keber, Quivera. Code word, Eber. The Hebrew is indigenous to Eber. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. We're going to take it real slow and just pop off and be grateful all at the same time. This is all about gratitude, my nuggets. You know what I'm saying? Everything that's happening for us right now, it's all happening in order, in gratitude, in the flow. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing greater than to connect all this drop in real time with my nuggets. You know what I mean? I'm honored. I'm honored, my nugget. You know what I mean? To surf this wave with you. To say Quivera, Iberia, Heveria, Quivera, which we've got in the Prester John investigation. My nugget is already caught up. You're just talking about Keber. Say it with me, my nugget. Ania. Yeah. Right. That Keber is kind of like right around, right here you got Florida, right? Here's Florida. So Keber, would be right, over here, even further to the left of where they're saying the Great Khan is the press that's holding down this whole entire situation. Right? Florida over here. And then now we got Quivera right here. That is Quivera, also spelled Kheevira. Just dig on it. There's Quivera, Kheev or Eeb, is Keber, is Heber, my nugget, right? And you're going to see how, just like Horace Butler says, the one letter rule, you got to really be seeking Zion, man. You know what I'm saying? You want to be KTC? You want to be MHOE, most high over everything? He's telling us to seek, right? Even before you seek Zion, you need to seek HaWah, first of all. Hosea 3, seek HaWah and King David. Why is that, though? See, before you can get to understanding this flow of David, you need to understand the flow of HaWah. It's HaWah over everything. Then you can start piecing this together. We've only been able to put a few things together over 70 plus installments of seeking HaWah and David in the Prester John investigation. Published information for free. And that has connected a few things for us to say, hey, these are body bags on body bags when we're talking Rimmon and pomegranate, the pomegranate promised land connection, the Kalalus connection, and you got, of course, Quivera, which is code word Eber. This Quivera is Quivera or Quiver or Eber or Heber for the Hebrew. This is the land of the Hebrew. They just, look how they made these code words. They switched it from, they put a K in front, and then they changed the K to a Q. Like, this is what they've done. Horace Butler let us know, man. Love to the bro. It's the one letter rule. Sometimes two letter rule. Anion, same thing. Is this Anion or Anan? Connected with the Arnon River. Look up the biblical Arnon River, my nugget. It is the Anion. Now this Anion is also Anan, like Anan ben David. But we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Because we're talking about son of David, right? Would the son of David have a land named after him? You know, I don't know, man. We just talking Antioch now. You know, I'll get back to this, but remember, Hanan, Jewish king of Tahama, you might not be digging on this if you're not digging on the indigenous truth, man. Anan is Hanan. Hanan is the son of who? Raja Hiraja Chola II Jadaran. Who? Who? Emperor of Soli, Prester John, priest king. This is King Dawi. We're talking 12th century. We're talking before they blotted out times and laws and flipped you and spun you around on a ball. Managa, Prester John's bond is Anan and Exilarch David the Sixth. The Exilarchs, these are the Hebrew, chiefs basically, during these periods of captivity, or Babylonian captivity, Persian, Medes, whatever you want to talk about, Georgian, Exilarch, David is the son of King David. David is a title. David the Sixth. Okay. Now we got into this. His brother, also Prester John's son, Raja Hiraja, is Hanan. Okay. All right. Let's put it together. So we got Hanan, son of Prester John and Lady Hannah. Hannah could also be looked at as Annie Manaki. All right. Now, of course, you got phantoms and duplications. So this is the same Anan here. But now look at this guy. Remember, they put our timelines back 333 years, 1,053 years, and 1,778 years. Those are the three major chronological time shifts. So they're pushing David around, right? They're pushing Anan around. We're still talking Persian Empire, just like before. We were just talking what? Exilarchs, Khan. Exilarchs, Khan. Exilarchs of who? Babylon, right? So whether we're talking Babylon here or we're talking Persia here, we're talking Babylon, huh? Babylon, Khan. Which one? Where? Circa 216 or circa 1200s? All they did was take a one off, my naga. Remember, they pushed your time 1,053 years back. They dropped the same king 1,000 years back, and then they did it again 1,778 years, damn near 1,800 years, and that's how you get into the BCs. So you got this David, or this son of David. Now they say he's son of Shapha. Look at this, Ben. I can't make this up. John, my naga. Yahana, you dig? So they done threw us back 1,000 years, put us in the Middle East, put us in Iraq now. Babylon, though, right? Babylon. But now this is a son of John here, right? Son of John, just like, David is also the son of a John, which would be a son of a John. The same John here, my naga, it's the same John here. Now check it. This is Anan Khan, just like this is Hanan, the son of Prester John, or Anan, or Antioch Khan. We just talking Tabernacle. Stay with me, my nigga. We just surfing the wave, man. You know what I mean? All praise HaWah, a frame and a shaper. We got the ingredients. We put them together. You deny it, you dismiss it. That's up to you. You ego tripping. You want to, go and carve out a path of your very own. That's cool. But you could have been, a part of a whole, You could have been a part of a whole by the time you branch out into, what I'm saying, really back into the same public school confirmations. You're out of Africa, Middle East here, Jerusalem there, bang, bang. Everything out of public school, right? Or you could be a part of a whole of awareness. HaWah gave you an opportunity to be a part of awareness, man. Seeing clearly, man, you can't let yourself get tripped up on your own ego or anything else, man, that's blocking you from KTC, putting the most high only, Managa, only, over everything. This Hanan, Hanan, is the same as this Anan. This Anan is also known as Anani or Hanan, or, drum roll please, Kana. You see how they do that? Just like I just said, this is Quivera with a Q, or Quivera with a K, and then they take off the K and it's Hevera or Hevera or Eber or Heber, Managa. So the Eber is the Heber, is the Keber, just like the Canaan is the Hanan, is the Anan. This is a word trick, all right? Same thing we're seeing when we look at this map of Anion, right? We have Anion here, right? See how we got here? We're in America, right? We got Quivera, also spelled with a K. Kheev or Kheeb is also Heb, Eber. Anan is also Hanan, all right? It's also Canaan. So with a dragonfly perspective, you start to ask which Canaan. When they say land of Canaan, are they talking about Canaan, right? or Canaan, over there, they talking about Canaan in the Ham line, or they talking about Anan or Anion or this Canaan or Canaan. It's all about, how you pronouncing things at this point. But these are the things we're got to be willing to seek out. It's not us, trying to go on some tangent. It's like, no, for real, like, why is there Anion on all these maps? And what does that have to link with Anan ben David, son of David? And what does that Cariot history have to do with the Kara Cathay under Prester John Juan Khan, knowing that the Kara just means black and Turkic? But this Kara is also the Cariot connected with the Kara Cathay of the Cathay. The Kara Cathay is also Cathay. Cathay is Cathay. These Kara Cathay are these Cariots, are these, followers of this Anan ben David, followers of this Dawi situation, because back in what they're bringing him to the 700s, Managa. Now that puts us right in the Forbidden Histories lane, Sylvanus to Texas, all that is 775, all that Nehemiah Theodorus. So if they're going to put the son of David, Anan, right there, you also got Sylvanus Solomon the Builder in the 700s, right? According to Forbidden Histories, according to Daniel Lowe. You got to put it together, Managa. They're talking 770, but what? He wrote the code, just like Moshe. This is why we're comparing this David-Moshe flow. Moses Maimonides also wrote the code, the same book, the Sefer HaMitzvot, the book of precepts. Yeah, he wrote the code, this son of David. Anan is Anion or Anan. This region, this kingdom, is still the kingdom of the Prester, because you're talking about an exilarch, brother of an exilarch David, son of the Prester John. This Hanan is the son of the Prester. But now we know that this Hanan, Hanan, son of Prester John, the Panian, This Anan is also Hanan or Canaan. So which Canaan? There's multiple Canaans. Land of Canaan is also land of Antioch. Now the picture gets clear into our tabernacle flow. So what is a tabernacle? A movable building. Yeah, it is movable. So if you ask someone where's the tabernacle, you're asking them where is a movable situation. So contrived as to be taken to pieces with ease and reconstructed for the convenience of being carried during the wanderings of the Israelites in the wilderness. It was of a rectangular figure, 30 cubits long, 10 broad, 10 high. The interior was divided into 2 rooms by a veil or curtain, and it was covered with 4 different spreads or carpets. Now we're getting into the blue, purple, red, white linen, gold thread, place of worship, sacred place. Okay. To dwell, to reside for a time, to be housed. That's the hijack. This is when they want to bring in HaWah, right? He's the fleshly tabernacle. Or are they really trying to tell us that us, Israelites, as the collective Mashiach, we, wherever we are called, is the tabernacle? Because they took this guy and replaced an entire nation of people as the firstborn, when Israel's the firstborn. Israel's the son. Israel's the daughter. So, when you talk tabernacle, you're talking dwelling and residing, specifically HaWah, the creator, personally residing in a sacred, place. And this is when they would, sing their praise. And of course, you got the tabernacle of Moshe, you got the tabernacle of David. You could recon the difference. And, as things went in each of these particular, kingdoms and flows. But we're just talking tabernacle, and we're taking it real slow. Tabernacle. Okay, I'm just getting some basic recon before we get a couple great scripts here and just enjoy a tabernacle flow. According to the Hebrew Bible, tabernacle meaning residence, right? Dwelling place, also known as the tent of the congregation, also tent of meeting. And we've been talking about the tent of meeting a lot lately with the blue, purple, red. Check out Exodus 26, the scarlet, the blue, the purple, right? Tent of meeting, let's go. Was the portable, earthly dwelling place of HaWah, the power of Israel. So whether we're looking at it like a frequency, high-tech technology, where the creator was able to tap into the vortex right there, or we're talking about, something else more physical, we don't know, right? You don't know, I don't know. But what we do know is that we're talking about a tent. Talking about a tent. Now, what's within it, we don't know. We got some clues. Let's go. Used by the Israelites from the Exodus into the conquest of Canaan. Again, we're talking Canaan. Or are we talking Canaan or Anan? Or are we just talking about Antioch? Or Quivera, Kiber, Iberia, Iberu, Cathay. So you got Indian Superior over here, Cathay over here, Eber over here, Quivera, Eber, Anion or Canaan right here, my nugget. You want to talk maps and things? You want to point to maps, man? We go all day on the map drop. We got map pack on map pack. But, it has to be a part of the investigation. Because, people can make maps look like whatever they want, right? So we got to get multiple recon, multiple validation. So we won't just stop here, Hey, this could be craziness, right? But just look up Anion and Quivera and see what kind of maps you find. digging on Hanan or Canaan. Which one, right? Which one, Hanan or Canaan? How many Canaans are there when we talk land of Canaan? Let's get it from here. So this dwelling place, this tent of meeting, this congregation, why would it be a congregation unless you're just talking about the con, right? Like the American. We're talking about the priest used by the Israelites from the Exodus unto the conquest of Canaan or Canaan. Moses was instructed at Mount Sinai to construct and transport the tabernacle. So this tabernacle is being transported. So where is it today? Well, you want to go on a wild goose chase, man. You want to feel like you got some answers, man, that it was transported somewhere in the Middle East. You need receipts, and those receipts ain't on somebody's building that they built at some time that we can confirm or can't confirm when these buildings are being built in the Middle East. But we know we're talking about something movable, something that was transported, my nigga. All right. So let's just be real clear. Moses transported the tabernacle with the Israelites on their journey through the wilderness and their subsequent conquest of the promised land. Right. So the tabernacle is connected with the promised land. Right. After 440 years, Solomon's temple in Jerusalem superseded it as the dwelling place of HaWah. So it went from Moshe. Right. David also has his tabernacle. Solomon has his tabernacle. The main source describing the tabernacle is the biblical book of Exodus, especially Exodus 26 through 31. Again, get that 20 or 25 through 31. Get that 26, blue, purple, red. Get all that. 35 through 40, those passages describe an inner sanctuary. So let's get more specific into this tabernacle flow. You have the Holy of Holies, created by a veil suspended by 4 pillars. This sanctuary contained the Ark of the Covenant. So the Ark and the tabernacle, two different things. The covenant, Ark of the Covenant, is within this tabernacle, this tent, right? So they're showing us some basic pictures of some tents around here. Let's see if I got one up. Basic pictures of tabernacles. These are artist depictions like all of them are, But you can see here pretty much a tent-like flow, especially if they cover the whole thing, Let's get closer to the entrance. All right, see people bringing their sacrifices and their things that they're doing on this art depiction. All right, you get up in there. This is what they're showing as there. I guess this is the work of Josephus' depiction. Okay. Right. Then you'll have your blue, purple, red situation. White linen, gold thread. Within that, possibly there would be the art. Don't know where else it would be on this depiction, but all right. So this was something movable within that. And this would, I guess be portions of the wall or, something else they're using to put up a wall or a division from the hijack. Okay. What else we got? Let's check this one out. Okay, here you see clearly the blue, purple, red, white linen, gold thread, flow. You know what I mean? Almost just like they got a spiral flow going on, which is pretty cool. And that's all they're going to give you. But, this would be basically their wall of protection, but it was all temporary. It wasn't like, megaton bricks and, megaton stones, all that. Now you talk City of David, now we can talk megaton stones, and I can easily point you into some great recon by Teach Me to Be Priestly, man, way back in the day, as well as the bro Jerusalem. Cusco, City of David, Coromeo did some great job. We dropped on it. A lot of knockers dropped on this Cusco and this Peru flow. Moshe, Chief Moshe did his thing on it as well. And I got some actually. Chief Moray. I about to say Lil Moray, Chief Moray. Did some great drop on it. We got some Moray drop on here as well. Got some UB drop too, just for the dismount. Having a good time, man, on some teachable moments, man, talking tabernacles. And again, we're just going over some artist depictions of something movable, right? Okay. All right. Okay. So the main source, all right, so those passages describe an inner sanctuary, the Holy of Holies, created by the veil suspended by 4 pillars. The sanctuary contained the Ark of the Covenant with its cherubim covered mercy. See, cherubim, angel, dragon, go for it, man. An outer sanctuary, the holy place, contained a gold lampstand or candlestick. On the north stood a table on which lay the showbread. On the south side was the menorah holding 7 oil lamps to give light. On the west side, just before the veil, was the golden altar of incense. It was constructed 4 woven layers of curtains, right? Blue, purple, red, white linen, gold thread, 45, 15-foot tall standing wood boards overlaid in gold and held in place by its bars and silver sockets, and was richly furnished with valuable materials taken from Egypt at HaWah's command, right? Okay. So we're looking at this wiki source. I know it's wiki, so, we're going to get deeper. It's just, let's just smooth our way in this and, see a couple things and see what they saying and see what we got, right? So this description is generally identified as part of the priestly source written in the 6th or 5th century. However, while the first priestly source takes the form of instruction, the second is largely a repetition of the first. In the past tense, it describes the execution of the instructions. Many scholars contend that it is of a far later date than the time of Moses, and that the description reflects the structure of Solomon's temple, while some hold that the description derives from memories of a real monarchic shrine, perhaps the sanctuary at Shiloh. Traditional scholars contend that it describes an actual tabernacle used in the time of Moses and thereafter. According to historical criticism, an earlier pre-exilic or exile source, the Elohist, describes the tabernacle as a simple tent sanctuary. So is it a simple tent? Is it more, what I'm saying, what they say, the structure, is it more connected with the Solomon's temple flow? You know what I'm saying? Is it all one thing? Or, are these different things at different times? This is how you seek Zion. You don't just say, oh, that's it right there. Yep, I can point to it on my map. HaWah, wouldn't be telling us to seek it if it was that simple. You know what I'm saying? It's not as simple as saying, oh, grade school teacher, you said Jerusalem's in the Middle East. Yeah, so the tabernacle must be in the Middle East. It can't be that, It has to be something you really meditate on. Just like HaWah, you got to meditate on it. Everyone think they got the glow, got the drop. You think you're seeking HaWah, you got to meditate on it. Are you putting any other power before your power? That which has framed and shaped you, my not. That's where we start before you think you're seeking Zion, traveling and getting passports all over the earth plane. You gotta take that hijack from between you and your power. The Christians, the Christianites feel like you gotta go through Jesus, or they call Yeshua, Yahweh, Hamashiach. You know what I'm saying? All that. You got to go through that entity, that son, right, to get to the Creator. When the Creator breathed directly into your nostrils, my nigga, gave you breath directly. Ama gave you breath. Abba shaped you directly. You think you got to go through a hijack to get home? No, you got to get directly with HaWah before you even talk about David. You got to seek HaWah and khandrop, right? Hosea 3. We talking tabernacle? Yeah, we talking tabernacle. We talking the tent, right? So we got to be talking David. We got to be talking Joshua. We got to be talking the priests, the khans. Yeah, because we got to get that hijack from between us and HaWah, because this is the problem. You want to jump way over here to the end of days, seeking Zion. You haven't even sought HaWah directly. And if you have, maybe you forgot that direct connection, how good it feels. You dang sure aren't seeking David, or else you would know that the Prester's right here in this ancient world of America, of India Superior. You would know that David, that the Prester was found over here, invaded by Genghis Khan in the 12th century over here. If you're truly seeking ThaWaDa, you would already know about the exilarchs under David, under the Prester John, the priest and king. You would understand the son of this Prester is an exilarch. But these are the leaders during Babylon captivity. And how does it, where does Georgia play, right? Talking Georgia, America, we're talking King George. It's crazy that this George title goes way before that King George that we know. There was a hijack free George, you know. Yeah, this title was hijack free once. Hey, we're just surfing the wave, man. So you don't go through a hijack to get to your HaWah. You seek your HaWah directly before you even talk City of David and David Tabernacle and all these things. Prester John, like, if you ain't KTC, if you ain't MHOE, you can't come to David to get that mem sauce, to get that water, that fountain of youth, that fountain of living water, not that fake baptism and that fake dead water. I'm talking living water that turn you back to the age of 32. This is Hosea 3. We're not making stuff up. Afterward shall the children of Israel return. After many days without a king. We're talking end of days. You cannot discount this. You can't ignore this script. You can't say this is Yahweh. This is the seed of David. Why would it be the real David? He got the fountain of youth. Unless you forgot your story and where you're at in the farthest India, in the farthest east. If you ain't sought HaWah directly, your power, you can't even check in with David in this investigation. You can't seek over here. You got to seek over there first. Connect directly, KTC. Then get to that water and drip up in that mem sauce with David, your king, your Khan, and shall come trembling in humility, my naga, in reverence, in ahab unto HaWah, and to his goodness, when in the end of days you seek HaWah and Khan, David, King David. Where does Yahweh fit into this, man? Where's the script that says seek HaWah and Yahweh? If there was, you would be all up in it. But there's not, so you ignore Hosea 3. You ignore Jeremiah 30. King David, whom I will raise up. I will raise up. Talking about the end of days, Jeremiah 30. You ignore Ezekiel 37, Ezekiel 34. King David will be prince forever. One shepherd, my naga. One means one, my naga. Hit the easy button. Bread is that simple. No cap. on my number 2 pencil. No cap. On Antarctica's chest bone. Now they looking for the code. There it go. We're talking the Khan and Cathay. We're talking North America. Khan is Cathay, is India superior. Khan. Hosea 3, seek HaWah and khandrop. Can't take that away from us. It's right here in the script, in your face bone, and your eyes should be wide open, and you should come trembling, man. But you don't get that until you sought HaWah and you've been seeking David. Why can't you come trembling until you seek David, though? Why can't you come trembling until you seek David? You ain't seeking David, man. You ain't even seeking the Creator directly. You can't even get this far yet. So you don't know what it means to be humble. But we are in the end of days. And you better start putting your orientation where it belongs. Where they were looking for all this time. That they found you in, Tabernacle. Preach Tabernacle. Hey, man, we're just talking about the priestly accounts. So now we know we're talking something movable. Got you. This is something transported. Con. Let's surf the wave in some great script, man, and have a great connection. Yeah, some good talks, man. We want to dig on. This one right quick. This is the Garden of Eden. Just I always love digging around in this LDS or latter day situation. You know what I mean? Because even in these little threads, somebody gonna throw some. They're gonna throw you something. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna drop a little jewel somewhere. So they arguing back and forth about different views on where the Garden of Eden is, right? And we connected before that Columbus, in his own diary, in his own transcripts, was writing that this Orinoco River was so great. He had never seen something so great, so, flowing and, just everything else, the gems, the flow, the stones. He said it must be coming from terrestrial paradise. This water here must be that primary mem sauce left to Yosef the real. This must be primary. He said this must be flowing out of terrestrial paradise. Now he's over here saying that ain't connecting across the Atlantic, man. So terrestrial paradise, Garden of Eden, let's go. So where's the Garden of Eden located, they're asking. So this cat says several different views. So he lays it out like a detective. He says the garden was in Jackson County. Where's Jackson County? I want to make sure. It could be multiple Jackson County. Jackson County. Okay. So I'm getting Jackson County, Missouri, which I keep hearing a lot connected to this Garden of Eden in Missouri too, Oregon. All right. You got Jackson County, Georgia. Huh? Whoa. Slow down. Georgia? You got Jackson County, Georgia? We're talking about the Garden of Eden, my nigga, All right, let's back it up. All right, so the garden was in Jackson County, one of them, right? Adam and Eve were the first of any species of man, no evolution. There was a global flood. The earth was divided in the days of Peleg. That's one view. So they're putting Adam and Eve in Jackson County, Missouri, Georgia, Oregon. But we're talking America. Adam and Eve in Jackson County, my nigga. All right, or number 2, the garden was in Jackson County. Adam and Eve were the first of any species of man, no evolution. The earth was divided by the time of the flood. So instead of in the days of Peleg, it was already divided. By the time of the flood, there was a global flood. It carried Noah and family to the old world. So he's saying that's how we got over there to this Africa, Middle East, whatever over there. This is their theories and the Mormon flow, man. He's like, we just surfing the wave. They're saying that's how it got populated. They're telling us, based on their grade school, public school knowledge, that we're all out of Africa, evolution, right? We, even though we're first here, we still came from Africa. We still, it was a later migration. Or you could see it the other way around. And I just want you to, don't get locked into one thing. You got to see it from, okay, what are they saying? What are they saying? You know what I mean? So if you see it the other way, at least if you're really seeking, you know what I'm saying, be willing to look at it from the other direction. That's all we've been doing in Drop Nation the whole time, is looking at it, looking at things from a different angle, a different direction. Seeing how it flows within the investigation that we are on uniquely and specifically. We're not taking no one else's flow and this and that. We're inspired by many researchers, and we always give that up, and we always appreciate all the reconners, Ether Squad, everybody. This is what we do. We're inspired, but this is an original oregano flow. You know what I'm saying, that we've been on it as a unit, not just me, as a unit. So you don't got to agree, but you got to respect that it's an original investigation. And then you can go surf the wave and look at all that drop and get them map packs and ether packs. And then you know that this wasn't overnight, man. We didn't accumulate this recon overnight. And this is why you see that the drop can't stop. We barely getting started. You know what I'm saying? So either we was in Jacksonville or Jackson County. All right. Earth was divided in the days of Peleg, or by the time of the flood, and it carried Noah and the family to that other piece of the world. The garden was in Jackson County. Adam and Eve were not the first of any species of man. This is different views of these Mormons. There was evolution, and most of it took place in the old world. So there was evolution. So one says there's no evolution. Another Mormon would say there is evolution, but it took place over in that part of the world, not in America. We popped off right here. If evolution took place, they're saying it took place in Africa, in so-called Europe. You know what I mean? Like, that's where the evolution took place, if that was a thing. There was a global flood that carried Noah and the family to the old world, which we know, is the new world. This is the old world. And you're going to get your orientation right. When you talk about the Far East and the furthest India, and India Superior, and China, and Cathay, you ain't talking no new world, man. Get that out your head, bro. The garden was not in Jackson County, but was in a different existence. Okay, so they're saying, okay. Okay, so we're saying here that the garden was not in Jackson County, but was in a different quote-unquote existence. Ooh, what does that mean? Vortex? Are you talking vortexy? We're getting vortexy? Some say on planet near Caleb. Whoa. Keep this in mind. We're gonna call this back. We're gonna call this back. I can't believe they just dropped the Caleb. Woo. Y'all don't even know that this is a body bag. This is a body bag for the dismount. We're gonna get right back to this, Caleb. This is how crazy this is, man. I mean, we just surfing away. HaWah. So, all right. So, if it wasn't in Jackson County, the garden, if the garden wasn't in Jackson County, and if it was in a different existence, some of these Mormons, right, some of these researchers would say it's near Caleb. Yeah, it does remind you of Joshua and Caleb, don't it? Yeah. Promised land type of stuff, right? See how they changed this C to a K and an O, or E to an O, Caleb, which should be Caleb, you know what I mean? Come on, man. Now others that it was spiritual. So some say it wasn't even in this dimension, you know what I mean? It was spiritual. In some way, it corresponds to Jackson County as Adam, Andi, Aman, where, so we got to recon. I remember this came up before, this Adam, Andi, Aman, where Adam called his posterity is located there. So Jackson County, they're saying, still plays, even if it's not where the garden is. But Adam called his posterity, the place where he called his posterity is there in Adam, Andi, Aman. In Jackson County. Oh, nothing to see here, boss. Let's go to the Middle East. Don't let your ego get you too deep in that, in the mucks and mires where you're not connecting things clearly. Adam and Eve were or were not the first of any species of man. There was a global flood that carried Noah and the family to the old world. Old world. Okay. Taking any of the above changed global flood that carried Noah and family into the sea, eventually leading them to the old world. This is just a sampling of the ideas I've heard. Some sound plausible if you believe in God, others less so. Nonetheless, there's plenty of opinions that allow at least a kernel of historicity wrapped in layers of myth. Right. Layers of myth. Get the babies out the bathwater, you got a kernel of historicity. We just call that the drop. Right. We doing this for the kernel, Managi. Don't take your mind bone off this Caleb. Not for 1 second. You keep that Caleb right there, Managi. We coming in hot. We coming in hot. And I like how this cat right here responded. Okay. So he says, what about the most obvious, that the Garden of Eden was in the Middle East, somewhere near the Tigris and Euphrates River? Yeah, this is when you catch the hijack slipping, as if the Tigris over there today is the actual Tigris, as if the Euphrates over there today is the real Euphrates. I might have to get my homies popping off on this one. This is now a river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and from there divided and became 4 rivers. So we have, a great team of reconners that have dug on these 4 rivers being right here. The name of the first is Pishon. It flowed around the whole land of Havilah. They put them V's from W's, right? Hawi, Hawa, Hawi. Where there is gold, the gold of that land is good. The bdellium and the onyx stone are there. So you talking to, and this is where the bros, have devoured the hijack, talking about the Middle East. And now we got our brothers and sisters or whoever, in these particular doctrines. I mean, that's really what it is, this Middle East doctrine that, say, you have to take everything, you have to roll with all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got to now just take it as a fact, right? Middle East must be the Tigris. Middle East must be Euphrates. That's not the case, and it's not always been the way people thought and the way people looked at this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you can have some common sense and do your own recon if you really are seeking Zion. Then that means you're seeking, these 4 rivers, Manaya. Because wherever these 4 rivers are is going to be where the house of David is, where the land of the Prester is. Now you can recon in books and books about, this Eden connection with the land of the Prester, and, read the Prester letter and connect that with a lot of this Eden flow and a lot of, what he's saying he got in the land of the Prester. Sounds a whole lot like a garden, like a situation that's being protected and keeping the hijack like Gog and Magog out. Now it says a river, Genesis 2:10. Now a river flowed out of Eden to the water, to water the garden. So this river flowing out, love to Yosef, we're talking primary water that already exists. To water the garden is getting primary water. Love to the bro. It all connects, my nigga. Let's go. And from there, it divided and became 4 rivers. So it's all the same river, but it's just divided out or, flowing in different directions. But it's coming from the same source. So if Columbus is saying he found a great river, this Orinoco, that's flowing out of terrestrial paradise, which one would the Orinoco be? Would it be the Pishon? Would it be the Gahan or the John or the Prester John River? Love to Templar, these J's and G's, man. Gian, John, same thing. So Jahan is John is Yahan or Yahanan or Yahanadan. We're just talking about the Prester John, which means king. John means king. So this is the King River. It flows around the whole land of Cush. Where? Which one? Which Egypt? Because, I can go to these Amexa maps and they're going to go Ham Kush all over America. The name of the 3rd river is Tigris. It flows east of Assyria. And the 4th river is the Euphrates. So can we bet, without a shadow of a doubt, that all these Assyria, Tigris, ancient Kush, ancient Ethiopia, right? Ancient Euphrates, Gahan, Pishon, flowing out of Edom, are all these in Africa? Can we say that for a fact? Or if not, if we can't put it as a fact that they are the same Tigris and, Euphrates today that were in biblical times, in the biblical lands, in the promised lands. If we can't say that for a fact, then we got to be willing to investigate. And the moment you close your mind and close it off to be a possibility is when you entered Hijack City for real, for real. Yeah, we're going to get back on these rivers, man. What can I say, man? It's too real, too true. We're just talking tabernacles. We're talking tabernacle flow. I want to get in on some, great script right here. Let's just enjoy some flow. Because we're talking about seeking Zion, right? We're talking tabernacles. We're talking Zion. And then we're going to, make a couple little dismounts and to these rivers. And, you know what, though? Yeah. We got the main attraction coming in. All right, let's go. Isaiah 33. Woe to thee that spoilest, and thou wast not, and thou was not spoiled, and dealest treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. When thou hast ceased to spoil, thou shalt be spoiled. And when thou art weary with dealing treacherously, they shall deal treacherously with you. HaWah, be gracious unto us. We have waited for you. They ain't waiting for no one else. This is the frequency of KTC. The Christians and the Christianites, or the Israelites following Jesus, you know what I'm saying? They're not waiting for the Creator. They're waiting for JC or Yahushua. These niggas, they waited for the Creator. David called on the Creator directly. Psalms 18. Dragon fire came down for David directly from HaWah. No middleman. That's KTC. That's being like Dawi. That's seeking HaWah and Khan David. You don't need no middleman. You already got order, my nigga. You already got order with one shepherd, Ezekiel 34 and 37. HaWah, be gracious unto us. We have waited for you. Be thou their arm every morning, our salvation also in the time of trouble. At the noise of the turmoil Of the tumult, the people are fled. At the lifting up of thyself, the nations are scattered. So yeah, we've been scattered, but scattered from where? They found us here. We just got copper color races. They found us here, Managa. We weren't brought here. We didn't, scatter ourselves over here, unless we're just talking about the Atlantis or the breaking up in the days of Peleg when we were scattered. You know what I'm saying? We were scattered many different times, but this earth used to be all one. So you could walk from here, walk from there, go here without having to go on the water. Did we forget when the days of Peleg, the earth are divided? So which way did they come from is the question. And your spoil is gathered as the caterpillar gathered. Your spoil is gathered, my nigga. As locusts leap, do they leap upon it. HaWah is exalted, for he dwells on high. He has filled Zion with justice and righteousness. And the stability of your time shall be a horde of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge. So you got Amah and the fear of HaWah, which is his treasure. That means you're being obedient. That means you're being humble to the code, to the commandments of HaWah. Verse 7, behold, their valiant ones cry without. The ambassadors of peace weep bitterly. The highways lie waste. The wayfaring man seizes. He has broken the covenant. Uh-oh. You ain't KTC. He has despised the cities. He regards not man. The land mourns and languishes. Lebanon is ashamed. It withereth. Sharon is like a wilderness, and Bashan and Carmel are clean bare. Now will I arise, says HaWah. Now will I be exalted. Now will I lift myself up. You conceive chaff. You shall bring forth stubble. HaWah. Your breath is a fire that shall devour you. You speaking against HaWah. You speaking against khandrop. That's a fire that will devour you. You're speaking against the inheritance of the children of Israel, trying to bring the children to another land other than the promised land. Come on, man. You know this land is flowing with milk and honey, pearls and gold. So who does it belong to if it don't belong to you? Quick, go. What nation should take your inheritance here in America? Quick, go. You're the first people, right? You're the original, but this ain't your land, right? So the milk and honey go where? The promised land was promised to who? If not the originals, then who? Your breath is a fire that shall devour you, and the people shall be as the burnings of lime, as thorns cut down that are burned in a fire. Hear you that are far off, what have I done? And you that are near, acknowledge my might. The sinners in Zion are afraid. Trembling has seized the ungodly. So when we talk about seeking Zion, it's because you are out of code that the sinners are afraid. Before you talk seeking Zion, you got to talk about the sin. What sin, my nigga? Calling on another power. Trembling has seized the ungodly. Who among us shall dwell with the devouring fire? We're talking dragon fire. And who among us shall dwell with everlasting burnings? He that walks righteously and speaks uprightly. He that despises the gain of oppressions, that shakes his hands from holding of bribes, that stops his ears from hearing of blood, and shuts his eyes from looking upon evil. He shall dwell on high. His place of defense shall be the munitions of rocks. His bread shall be given, his waters shall be sure. That pure primary mem is a guarantee in code. You know confusion when you're here. You know hijack seated when you're here. Thine eyes shall see the king in his beauty. They shall behold a land stretching afar. Thy heart shall muse on the terror. Where is he that counted? Where is he that weighed? Where is he that counted the towers? Thou shalt not see the fierce people, a people of a deep speech that thou canst not perceive, of the stammering tongues that thou cannot understand. Look upon Zion, the city of the solemn gatherings. Where is this today, my Naga? In the Middle East? All the Nagas and all the ghettos and the projects, we should be looking towards the Middle East. What if we were already home? What if my Nagas have gotten scattered from right here? What if we are the remnant? Look upon Zion, which one? Which tabernacle? Thine eyes shall see Jerusalem, a peaceful habitation, a tent that shall not be removed. We want to be firm, we want to be fixed, we want to be immovable. And this is a beautiful connection right here, because if we know that the tent or the tabernacle is movable, Moses was instructed at Mount Sinai to construct and transport the tabernacle. So we know that it's movable, so what will not be removed? We don't have to move around with it no more, right? Or are we just referring to the people that will not be removed? Because the tent represents the people that are within that tent. The stakes whereof shall never be plucked up, neither shall any of the cords thereof be broken. But there HaWah will be with us in majesty, in a place of broad rivers and streams, wherein shall go no galleys of oars. With oars neither shall gallant ship pass thereby. For HaWah is our judge, HaWah is our lawgiver, HaWah is our king. And he will save us. Who? Your only Savior is your Creator. If you don't focus on this, if you got your house shy and Yeshua HaMashiach to save you, it's a wrap. If you can't connect directly with the Creator, it is a wrap. He will save us, not Jesus, not Yahushua, not King David. King David is a messenger. King David is a shepherd. Your Savior is only HaWah. Thy tacklings are loose. They do not hold the stand of their mass. They do not spread the sail. Then is the prey of a great spoil divided. The lame take the prey. My Naga, we been a prey. And the inhabitants shall not say, I am sick. The people that dwell therein shall be forgiven their iniquity. But you must dwell therein. In what? A tent that shall not be removed. A peaceful habitation. Is this one place? Do we have evidence from this script that looking upon Zion says look upon the Middle East? Or is that conjecture adding to the script? We're supposed to seek, right? So in seeking HaWah, you're seeking Zion, because Zion is your rest, is your weapon. In the Hebrew, the seventh letter is the Zion. So where's the city of solemn gathering? Wherever this tent is that shall not be removed, ain't referring to the same tent that was being transported. That tent must be you, because you've been removed, my noggin. And we're getting to a point where we're not going to be removed from our land, removed from our peaceful habitation. Does this script tell us to look to the Middle East or look to our peaceful habitation? Look to being secure, firm, fixed, and immovable, where you will never be plucked up, my noggin. Neither shall any of the cords thereof be broken. What in your tent? Not the same tabernacle of Moshe or the same tabernacle of David, but your tent, my noggin. When HaWah says what? You're forgiven, but that didn't happen then. This is end of days flow. This is when we're tapping into seeking, seeking Zion, seeking who? HaWah. And who? King David. Something about seeking David must lead you to this tabernacle flow, right? You don't just go and say, oh, that's it. Whoop, there it is. I can point to it right there. You got to be seeking. You got to be searching in the end of days. My noggin. HaWah is our Savior. Once you seek and you got your KTC, you've saved yourself because now you're keeping the code. HaWah says save yourself, man. Keep the code. Then we could talk tabernacle flow. We can talk city of David. We can talk Cusco. We can talk Sacsayhuaman, Sacsayhuaman, Peru. All that great drive. 2 Chronicles chapter 7. Now when Solomon had made an end of praying, the fire came down from heaven. Whoa! Dragons in the mesosphere. And consumed the burnt offering and sacrifices, and the glory of HaWah filled the house, and the priests could not enter into the house of HaWah because the glory of HaWah filled HaWah's house. And all the children of Israel looked on. And when the fire came down and the glory of HaWah was upon the house, and they bowed themselves with their faces to the ground upon the pavement, and prostrated themselves and gave thanks to HaWah, for he is good, for his mercy endures forever. And the king and all the people offered sacrifice before HaWah, and the king Solomon offered a sacrifice of 22,000 oxen, 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the people dedicated the house of HaWah. And the priests stood according to their offices, the Levites also with the instruments of music of HaWah, which David the king had made, to give thanks unto HaWah. The music played in the tabernacle, tent of meeting, my naga, congregation, is music built from the hands of David and the instruments of David. What? The vibration, the frequency in the tabernacle is directly from the hands of King David, my naga. What part of only shepherd don't you understand if you ain't surfing the wave? This ain't Yahweh and his instruments. It's King David. Right. Right. Because you sat solitary many days without a king, without a prince, without sacrifice, without pillars, so no tabernacle. No tabernacle, but afterwards shall the children of Israel return, seek the Creator and David their king in the end of days. Got it. So David's hand literally is a part of the entire music and the frequency, and that's when you're getting your psalms and you're popping off, right? The Levites also with the instruments of music of HaWah. This is the music of HaWah. Remember the dragons, Isaiah 6 singing Holy, Holy, the seraphim, the dragons, the burning ones. What is that music? That dragon music have to do with this dragon music, King David and them. Which, remember David, oh man, we gotta get Psalms 18 again. HaWah came down with smoke out of his nose, fire out of his mouth. I'm talking dragon fire. Oh, you think it's play? Flying on the wings of the wind, huh? Which David the king had made. So the Levites also with these instruments of music, which David made to give thanks to HaWah, for his mercy endures forever. Wow. With the praises of David by their hand. This is 2 Chronicles 7, my nine. And the priest sounded trumpets over against them, and all Israel stood. Moreover, Solomon hollowed the middle of the court that was before the house of HaWah, for there he offered the burnt offerings and the fat of the peace offerings, because the brazen altar which Solomon had made was not able to receive the burnt offerings and the meal offering and the fat. So Solomon held the feast at that time 7 days, and all Israel with them, a very great congregation, from the entrance of Hamath unto the brook of Egypt. And on the 8th day they held a solemn assembly, for they kept the dedication of the altar 7 days, and feast 7 days. I know my Nagas want to, really walk in our shoes, and I want to make sure that, when I talk crystal lights and things, it's ain't no bashing my Nagas that's in this stuff. I know, we've all been there in different places, and you might feel like you've been here. And, okay, cool. No one could assume to be, in the mind bone of anyone or the heart bone, but heart to heart, I love my Nagas. I love my Nagas in all the camps, all my Nagas that love Yahweh, we love you. All my Nagas that love Christ, we love you. All my Nagas that love Muhammad and all that, we love you. We love you, my Nagas. You know what I'm saying? And we know why you're here. We know why we're here. We know what God is here. This is prophetic. This is what's happening. No one wants to admit they're going after false gods. No one wants to admit they got a hijack between them and the Creator. Can we truly pop off our feast days for real, for real? Not until we're in our sacred places, you know what I mean? With the sacred priests, you know what I'm saying? But we can sure remember. We can acknowledge it, Can we literally pop our feast at Zion? Not until HaWah reveals the fullness and the essence of what Zion and where Zion and who Zion is. We can't assume these things. That's why we're not going to where we think Zion might be and doing our feast of this and feast of that. But it's all good if we want to acknowledge that. There's nothing against that. You feel Zion is there, here, you want to pop your feast off. I'm not against that. I'm not saying HaWah's against that. But there's no way we can truly do that without facts. Right? Truly do that. You know what I'm saying? We can go where we believe Zion is. And that's our belief. That's our flow. That's our investigation. We can't factually start banging on everybody. Say, how come y'all ain't coming right here? This is the only place you need to come. Come right here. Come right here. You never hear it screaming, come right here. Come right here. We say we buy land. We never announce what city our land is in. We never announced what city our land is in. Even though Nagas keep trying to ask in the comments, we say, nah, come on now. Nah, man. You know what I'm saying? This is something that, you have to grow into. You don't just get to, oh, they over there. They over there. You know what I'm saying? If you know, you know. Halal HaWah, Drakan Kum. Because we got real Drakans protecting us. We got real high order angels protecting us. We got real Drakan, King Dawi, flow, energy protecting us. And our only savior is our creator, protecting us. But that's not an announcement of ours, because we don't have to tell you, come here, do this or else, do that or else. But some of them other bros, that's what they say, right? Oh, you ain't coming to Zion in the Middle East? Oh, brother, Isaiah 33, we supposed to face Zion. We just read Isaiah 33. Right? Because we hear this a lot from them that think Zion's in the Middle East. They bring this up a lot. The sinners in Zion are afraid. Trembling has seized the ungodly, right? He has filled Zion with justice, with righteousness. The stability of thy time shall be a hoard of salvation, wisdom and knowledge, and the fear or the respect of the Creator is his treasure. Valiant ones cry without. Behold, the valiant ones cry without. The ambassadors of peace weep bitterly. Why? The land mourns. Lebanon is ashamed. Hear you that are far off what I have done, and you that are near, acknowledge my might. The transgressors in Zion are afraid. Trembling has seized the ungodly. Who among us shall dwell with this devouring fire? Because HaWah brings that fire. Psalms 18. Look upon Zion, they say. But you need to give us a place in the Middle East. Israel this, Telerad that, City of David this. We investigate where we believe the City of David might be. Jerusalem, different things, Cusco. It could be multiple places. I mean, we're investigating. We never say for a fact that must be it. That is it. But hey, we have some really great reconners digging on these things. We investigate where this Zion is, Managa, where this Jerusalem is, Managa. But to tell us for a fact that this is that and America can't be Zion, America can't be Promised Land, America can't be Jerusalem, because you've seen it all, because you think you've been at every national park, but never went off the trail though, right? Sure you've seen with your eyes what you needed to see to come to whatever conclusion, whatever journey you got to go to, man. But my Nagas, you got to come back home and know that you're putting conjecture on Isaiah 33. Look upon Zion. Does not mention the Middle East. Even when we start talking them rivers, which I can't wait to get back to, you ain't talking Middle East. No. Nah, man. 2 Chronicles 7. Verse 12, and HaWah appeared to Solomon by night and said to him, I have heard your prayer. Let's back it up right here, man. Verse 8, so Solomon held the feast at the time 7 days, and all Israel with him, a very great congregation from the entrance of Hamath into the brook of Egypt. And on the 8th day, they held a solemn assembly, and they kept the dedication of the altar 7 days, and feast 7 days. And on the 23rd day of the 7th month, he sent the people away unto their tents, joyful and glad of heart, for the goodness that HaWah had showed unto David and Solomon and Israel his people. Thus Solomon finished the house of HaWah and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of HaWah. So what's the house of HaWah, right? We're still talking tabernacle. Okay, now we're talking Solomon's flow, right? This ain't the same Moshe tabernacle, right? Because he's making this house of HaWah. In his own house, he prosperously affected, and HaWah appeared to Solomon by night and said, I have heard your prayer, have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. And if I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, and if my people upon whom my name is called shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face. Ain't we getting this in Hosea 3? Seek my face, right? Israel will return. Seek HaWah. That is seeking the face. That means you're looking face to face with the code, face to face with the commandments of the Creator, before you can get to talking about the tabernacle of David or Solomon. You need to seek HaWah face to face, my dog. It's got to be important to you. If you're seeking Zion, seek my face. KTC, right? Turn from their evil ways. What's evil? Outside the code. Transgression. You ain't KTC if you ain't seeking HaWah's face. Turning from your evil ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. My eyes shall be open. You want HaWah to see you clearly. My ears attent. You want HaWah to hear you clearly unto the prayer that is made in this place. So all that fire we were just talking about, all that devouring, comes from being heard, right? What does David pray for in Psalms 18? HaWah is my rock, my fortress, my deliverer, my power, my rock. In him I take refuge, my shield, right? My savior, right? When did you get another savior, my naga? I know where you got a shepherd forever, King David, Ezekiel 37. But when did you get another savior? That's new testing, huh? That's your HaWah talk, huh? If you ain't got that right, don't think you got Zion right. If you still rocking with a false god, don't think you rocking with Zion. Oh no, don't think you got mama wisdom pointing you in that direction. My horn of my salvation, my high tower, praise I cry is HaWah. HaWah. And I am saved from my enemies. Who's your savior? They say they got to walk in the ways of David, right? That means David, is calling HaWah his savior. So if you're walking in the ways of David, that means you're KTC, MHOE, most high over everything. The cords of death compassed me. The floods of Belial assailed me. The cords of Sheol surrounded me. The snares of death confronted me in my distress. What? I called upon HaWah. Did HaWah hear David? Because, we just talked about hearing, right? You seeking HaWah's face, 2 Chronicles 7. Verse 15, now my eyes shall be open and my ears attent. We think that's play, or does the Creator have ears to hear? Huh? Psalms 18, verse 7, in my distress, I called King David called directly to HaWah, cried unto HaWah, and out of his temple he heard my voice. What temple? My eyes shall be open, my ears attent unto the prayer that is made in this place. So where's the tabernacle, right? Wherever, whether you're talking Solomon's tabernacle or David's tabernacle, wherever it was at this time, HaWah had to hear, right? Hear the voice in this place, right? In this place, HaWah, my ears are attent. Let's go, man. We popping off. Let's go. Let's go. We popping off. Let's go. Huh? And my cry came before him into his ears. Does HaWah have ears? Let's go. Then the earth did shake and quake. The foundations also of the mountains did tremble. They were shaken because he was wroth. Here we go. Verse 9. Dragon 9. Smoke arose up in his nostrils. So the Creator got ears, nostrils, and fire out of his mouth did devour. So we got ears, nose, and mouth. Again, this doesn't mean the Creator is stuck in this one form, but it appears that this is a type of battle form the Creator may choose when he hears your voice. Yeah. So I'm glad we're talking tabernacle, because something about finding this tabernacle might help us be heard in that place wherein HaWah pops off dragon mode, smoke out of his nose and fire out of his mouth. Coals flame forth from him. He bowed the heavens, also came down. Thick darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon a cherub and did fly. He did swoop down upon the wings of the wind. Wings of the wind. When he hears with his ears. Yeah, something about that tabernacle, that place. My ears attent unto the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and hallowed this house, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. Now again, that doesn't mean that this tabernacle is not on the move, can't be transported, but within that tabernacle, HaWah is saying that my name be there forever. My eyes and my heart shall be there forever, perpetual, right? As for you, if thou wilt walk before me as David your father walked. Naga, we out of here. Right? You're seeking HaWah and David. David walks. How does David walk? HaWah is my rock. Not any JC, nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else. David is saying, Creator is my rock. Creator is my fortress. Creator is my deliverer, my savior. Creator is my savior, whom I take refuge. The Creator is the horn of my salvation. I am saved from my enemies. Because of what? I cried to HaWah. HaWah heard me, and you know what, man? He popped off in dragon mode with smoke out of his nose, fire out of his mouth, flying on the wings of the wings of the wind. Come on, man. When HaWah hears, he heard my voice. In what? This place. As for you, if you will walk as before me as David. So HaWah wants you to walk as David. HaWah is telling Solomon to walk as David. No hijacks allowed. Praying directly, crying out directly. Where HaWah hears David, pops off in dragon mode. Do according to all that I have commanded you. Keep my code, keep my statutes, my ordinances. Then I will establish the throne of your kingdom. But you don't get that kingdom without being KTC. Get that power from between you and HaWah and be hijack free. According as I covenanted with David, my naga, over and over again. The covenant of David is expressed and validated. You don't need no Yahushua when you already have a David covenant. You don't need no son of David, future seed branch, when David is an immortal priest king. Prester John is immortal. Fountain of youth, my knight. There shall not fail thee a man to be ruler in Israel. Yeah, once you KTC. But if you turn away and forsake my code, you ain't KTC, no statutes, huh? You ain't following my commandments, which I set before you, and shall go and serve other gods. Oh, man. Jesus. Oh, praise Yahweh. But can't even say it, man. I can't even say it. But that's what they say. Bar Hashem, Yahweh, all this in the name of Yahweh, in the name of Jesus, in the name of Jesus, they say. In the name of Christ. Bar Hashem, Yahweh, name of the Son. And shall go and serve other gods? No, Jesus is God. Woo! The Son is the Father, you know. Christianity, they meditated on that, boy. They meditated on hijacking you. This ain't no accident. They meditated on this because you're serving other gods and you're worshiping them. Rule number 1, no power for our power. Keep our code. But if you don't, HaWah will pluck them up by the root out of my land. You ain't going to know where your land is. You're going to be saying Zion, Middle East. Zion, ThaWaDa, which I have given them in his house, which I have hallowed for my name. Which name? The traveling tabernacle. But you're supposed to be rooted. You're supposed to be the tabernacle that keeps the root, right? Will I cast out my sight, and I will make it a proverb and a byword among all peoples. Now we're a byword. Now we're African American. And they want to bring us back to Africa, Northeast Africa, ThaWaDa, right? Then who gets the Khan? Who's the Khan dynasty for? Who's the first? Who's the original in the land of milk and honey? You're giving up a lot of vortex, a lot of original, a lot of Anasazi. And this house, which is so high, everyone that passes by shall be astonished. Yeah. Everyone's astonished at us. Black people, right? Byword, right? Black people astonished and shall say, why has HaWah done this unto this land and to this house? How these Negro people get in this position? No land, no gold, no nation. They think they from Africa? They think they migrated from Africa here? No. They think they came off a boat, right? And they shall answer, because they forsook HaWah. Other powers. Now don't get happy, Gentile, and say, yeah, see. No. You need to see. HaWah's showing the world that if, we can get disciplined, man, you better watch out. But the beauty is that we came back. We returned, right? HaWah came with that dragon fire. Yeah, my nigga, we came back. We returned. The children of Israel shall sit solitary many days without a king, but one day they will return. So even though HaWah is our king, right? We're speaking English. We're in translations. We know what they're saying. HaWah is our savior. HaWah is our only true leader. But HaWah will appoint shepherds, my nigga. In this case, one shepherd. That don't mean that HaWah's not your leader. It means that this shepherd is bringing you to that mem sauce, making sure you in code. When you return. When you return. Oh, we're going to get that next. I'm taking my time with this. When you return. Because you forsook HaWah. 2 Chronicles 7:22. And the power of your fathers, whom brought them forth out of the land of bondage. Where's that? You were brought forth out of what? Egypt? Where's that? Because if Egypt is over here, it's a body bag where Israel is. Now you got to prove, if you want to prove, Shalak, you want to prove Jerusalem and Zion, city of David, all that is in the Middle East, you got to also prove that Egypt is real Egypt. You got to take all this stuff verbatim, my nigga. You're going to have to eat all these L's, man, because you ain't going to prove that shit. You ain't going to prove that's the real Egypt. You're not going to prove that's the real Israel. So all you can do is investigate, which is what we've been doing, because we seek HaWah, we seek HaWah, we seek HaWah, we seek HaWah, and khandrop. HaWah brought you out of bondage. You forsook it. Now you're returning, seeking HaWah and khandrop. You forsook it. We forsook it. We worship other powers, serve them. Therefore has HaWah brought all this evil upon us. Numbers 24. Let's go. And when Balaam saw that it pleased HaWah to Baruch Israel, he went not as at the other times to meet with enchantments, but he set his face towards the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Israel dwelling tribe by tribe. And the spirit of HaWah came upon him, and he took up his parable and said, the saying of Balaam the son of Beor, and the saying of the man whose eye is open, the saying of him who hears the words of HaWah, who sees the vision of the Almighty falling down yet with open eyes. How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, your dwellings, O Israel, as valleys stretched out, as gardens by the river's side, as aloes planted of HaWah, as cedars beside the water. Water shall flow from his branches, and his seed shall be in many waters. And his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. HaWah brought him forth out of Egypt, is for him like the lofty horns of the wild ox. He shall eat up the nations that are his adversaries. He shall eat up the nations that are his adversaries. What did David say again in Psalms 18? HaWah, HaWah, HaWah. And I am saved from my enemies, right? Because I praise ThaWaDa directly. He hears me, he heard me with his ear bones, with his mouth bone, he's popping off fire. And I am saved from my adversaries, right? My enemies. This is that Dawi. This is like looking into the future, right? From Numbers, from Moshe to Dawi. And he shall eat up the nations that are his adversaries, and he shall break their bones in pieces and pierce them through with his arrows. He couched, he lay down as a lion. Oh, as a lioness. Oh, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Why would they put lioness here, man? I mean, same thing they did with Genesis, right? Same thing they did with Genesis. NIV says lioness. Everyone says lioness. Uh-oh. KJ, King James says he crouched, he lay down as a lion and as a great lion. Woo-wee. They put lioness. Translation. Here we see as a great lion. Who shall stir him up? Baruch is he that Baruchs thee, and curses he that curse you. Blesses they that bless you, curses they that curse you. I can't believe they put lioness when they're talking about this great lion here. Not that the great lion can't be a lioness, Aqua. But you see how they're using it in later translations as lioness just to bring, a way of like emasculating these great Naga lions. You know what I'm saying? That's all. They just trying to, this is real slick stuff. Real slick stuff. Oh, he crouched as he lay down as a lion and as a lioness, or as an old lion, who shall rouse him? Baruch be everyone that Baruch you, and curse be everyone that curse you. And this is the issue when they find out who the real Nagas are, who the real children of Israel are. They've been cursing the children of Israel right here in America the whole time. The Aboriginal or original Naga has been getting exterminated. So that curse is coming back to them. Don't let them scare you with their tenderoni stuff. This is what's happening to them. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he smote his hands together. And Balak said unto Balaam, I call thee to curse my enemies, and hold thou, and behold, thou hast altogether Baruch them these 3 times. Therefore now flee thou to thy place. I thought to promote thee into a great honor, but lo, HaWah has kept thee back from honor. And Balaam said unto Balak, spoke I not also to your messengers that thou didst send unto me, saying, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of HaWah to do either good or bad of mine own mind. And what HaWah speaks, that will I speak. And now, behold, I go unto my people. Come, and I will announce to thee what this people shall do to thy people in the end of days. And he took up this parable and said, man, the saying of Balaam, the son of Beor, and the saying of the man whose eye is open. Okay. The saying of him who hears the words of HaWah and knows the knowledge of the Most High, and who sees the vision of the Almighty falling down, yet with open eyes. I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. There shall step forth a star out of Jacob. My Naga, we was just talking about, this water shall flow from his branches, right? How goodly are the tents of Jacob, the dwellings of what water are we talking about? Primary mem, right? This king that's higher than this Agag. AGAG. And something about this king, right? He shall eat up the nations that are his adversaries. And that's what we were, looking right here as in Psalms 18. Praise thy HaWah, I cry is HaWah, I am saved. Praise thy cry is HaWah, I am saved from my adversaries. I am saved from my enemies. So now we're getting this parable with this, remember the water, right? There's water coming. The water shall flow from his branches. Verse 16, Numbers 24. The saying of him who hears the words of HaWah and knows the knowledge of the Most High, who sees the vision of the Almighty, falling down yet with open eyes. I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near, not nigh. Thou shalt step forth. There shall step forth a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and break down all the sons of Seth. What did David say? I am saved from my enemy. What did David say? He sent out his arrows and scattered them. He shot forth lightnings and discomfited them. HaWah did, Managi. And the channels of waters appeared, and the foundations of the world were laid bare. That primary water. And at thy rebuke, HaWah, at the blast of the breath, right? That smoke out of that nostril, he sent from on high. He took me, he drew me out of many waters. He drew me out of many waters. Numbers 24. Water shall flow from his branches, and his seed shall be in many waters. He sent for me on high. He took me. He drew me out of many waters. Managa, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, you see clearly? You got open eyes, Managa? You see clearly? And a scepter shall rise, Kum, out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, right? Prester John is on that ass, right? And break down all the sons of Seth, and Edom shall be a possession. Wow. Yet with open eyes, Managa, you gotta see clearly when we talk about a star out of Egypt, a scepter that rises out of Israel, breaks down all the hijack. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Water shall flow from its branches, right? His seed shall be many waters. Let's go, man. Let's go. And Edom shall be a possession. Set Mount Seir also, even his enemies shall be a possession, while Israel does doeth valiantly. And out of Jacob, verse 19, shall one have dominion. Ezekiel 34, one shepherd, and shall destroy the remnant of the city from the city. And he looked on Amalek and took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his end shall come to destruction. And he looked on the Canaanite and took up his parable and said, though firm be thy dwelling place, and though thy nest be set in the rock, nevertheless, Cain shall be wasted. We're talking about the Canaanites. How long? Ashur shall carry thee away captive, And he took up this parable and said, At last we shall live after HaWah has appointed him, but ships shall come from the coast of Kittim, and they shall afflict Ashur and shall afflict Eber, 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 or say it with me, Antioch. We're talking Eber, we're talking Keber, which means you're talking Quivera. Cause yeah, man. Yeah, my noggin. You know, it's getting real wavy around here. With this America and this Keber, Eber, Evera, right? Keber, Eber, Evera, right? Remember that drop? Keber, Quivera. Oh yeah. Great book on Amazon, my noggin. Go get it. From Keber Pass to the Grand Quivera, Baba Quivera, Arizona, when India ruled the world. And they're going to break it down. G. Matlock going to break it down. The ancient, this is the ancient love song. This Quivera that we keep seeing like this on this map with a Q right here, right on the so-called west coast of America, right by Cali and all that, right by Utah and all that. This kingdom, QU or QV, right? Quivira, Grand Quivera, Grand Khan. I said Grand Khan. I said the Great Khan of China, same area. Grand Khan, American. Are you seeing clearly? Quivera, Quivera. Are you seeing clearly? Quivera, near Hanan, Anion, Quivera. Quivera is Keber, my naga. Is Kyber, Keber, is Eber, is Hebrew. And this Kyber is where they're getting cyber from. Like the cyber net, right? Is the Keber net, is the Eber, is the Quivera on these ancient maps right here. This is how you find the land of Eber. This is how you find the land of the Eberu. This ain't no play. Talking Arizona, right? Can't make this stuff up, man. I can't make this stuff up. We're talking Eber, right? Right? Shall afflict Eber, and he shall come to destruction. Straight up and down. Just for the dismount, I just want to belly flop in a couple of these here. Exodus 23. Thou shalt not utter a false report, my knight. Telling niggas that Zion can't be in America is a false report because you haven't done the recon. You haven't put boots to the ground. You haven't proven, emphatically that within these canyons, within these temples, all throughout the Americas, man, from coast to coast, all throughout South America, you can't find Zion. You can't find the temple, right? You can't find the tabernacle, right? You can't find these stones. You can't find desolate land. That's a false report. That is conjecture. That is a false witness. So you got to make sure you're keeping it cold. You ain't putting the power, know your Yahweh before your power, near your power, beside your power. No foreign God. Making sure you ain't bearing false witness on HaWah now, giving false reports. Exodus 23. Put not your hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou bear witness in a cause to turn aside after a multitude to pervert justice. You trying to make niggas get passports and go to the Middle East? That's bearing false witness. Man, what if you're wrong? You ever thought about that? What if your grade school teacher was wrong? If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. If thou see the ass of him that hates you lying under its burden, thou shalt forbear to pass by him. Thou shalt surely release it with him. Thou shalt not wrest the judgment of thy poor in his cause. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not. And I will not justify the wicked, and thou shalt take no gift, for a gift blindeth them that have sight, and perverts the words of the righteous, and a stranger shalt thou not oppress. For you know the heart of a stranger, seeing you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Now, does this mean land across the river, land across the Atlantic? Or does this mean that wherever Egypt is in the Americas was foreign to us because we had our own land, our own Udall, our own Kalelos? Or you could be strangers in a land that was taken from you and you were put in bondage and became a stranger based on the fact that you got invaded. In 6 years thou shalt sow thy land and gather in the increase thereof, but the 7th year thou shalt let it rest. Do we do this? And lie follow, that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave the beast of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with the olive yard. 6 days thou shalt do your work, but the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thine ox and thine donkey may have rest, and the son of your handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you to take heed, and make no mention of the name of other gods. Whoa. Yahweh Shai, Jesus, make no mention of the names of other gods. Neither let it be heard out of your mouth. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. The feast of unleavened bread thou shalt keep. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, as I commanded you, at the time appointed in the month Abib, for in it thou camest out of bondage, Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. In the feast of harvest and the first fruits of your labors, which you sow in the field, in the feast of ingathering at the end of the year, when you gather in the labors out of the field, 3 times in a year, all thy males shall appear before HaWah. Does this mean appear in the Middle East? Does this mean HaWah is only in the Middle East and in a tent in the Middle East? These are the scripts, some of them that are our brothers on the corners, on wherever. They dressing the part, but they're leading us to destruction. Bringing us other gods, other names. They can't just say, all praise the Creator. It has to be in the name of the Son, right? Other gods. False witnesses saying that, oh, you guys are just on the internet, researching. Oh, man, you listening to that man over there. You ain't supposed to be following no man. Nah, man. This is the home team. This is the team. This is 432. This is the frequency. This is your brothers and your sisters that chose to empty their cups, man, and get the sources and get, the real investigation going to the minority report from those sources that they're not digging on. You know what I'm saying? By the time we talk about feast, we got to talk about code and commandment before you get to this. Appearing before HaWah 3 times does not mean get your passport and go to Tel Aviv, or go to Jerusalem in the Middle East. It means where this tabernacle is flowing through, right? The tabernacle, the tent, is where the promised land is. Where the Quivera, the Eber is. Where Eber is, thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread. Neither shall the fat of my feast remain all night long until the morning. So, HaWah's letting us know, bit by bit, man, piece by piece, that thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their doings, but thou shalt utterly overthrow them and break in pieces. This is why we can't stop. This is why I'm up at 4 in the morning. This is why we've been up. This is why, man, his team no sleep. Because we are breaking Hijack City in pieces. And you shall serve HaWah your power. And he will Baruch your bread and your water. And I will take sickness away. You talking tenderoni? Come on, man. I thought you believed in the Creator. You got the jab because of what? Man, I thought you believed in HaWah. I will take sickness away from the midst of thee. None shall miscarry nor be barren in your land. The number of your days I will fulfill. I will send my terror before thee and will discomfit all the people to whom thou shalt come. And I will make all your enemies turn their backs unto you. ThaWaDa said, you save me from my enemies. HaWah. Turn their backs. Your enemies are going to turn their backs. Turn their backs, my nigga. Turn their backs, man. Oh, man, we got a couple good ones that I also want to get to. You know what I mean? Amos 3 or Amos 9, man. Beautiful flow here. Oh, yeah. Beautiful flow here, man. I'm just going to jump right into it. For lo, I will command, verse 9. Wow. I will command and I will sift the house of Israel among the nations like as corn is sifted in the sieve, yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth. You ain't got to worry about HaWah losing track of you. Not the least grain will fall. All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword. That say, the evil shall not overtake nor confront us in the day when in that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David. So you know that the tabernacle of Yahushua ain't being raised up. The tabernacle of whatever else, it's the tabernacle of David. Remember he made the music, he built these instruments, my naga. Ezekiel 37, one shepherd, the tabernacle of David, the scepter will never depart, and close up the breaches thereof. No more breaches in this city. I will raise up the ruins, which means that whatever city of David you're looking for must be raised up from his ruins. Because the tabernacle we got before, way back in Isaiah 33, I love this drive, man. I mean, I just love surfing the wave with you, my niggas. I love surfing the wave with the real ones when we talk tabernacle flow. Because, yeah, man. When we talk of peaceful habitation and a tent that shall not be removed, we already know that the tent or the tabernacle is constructed and transported. So this is not literally what it's referring to as a physical place. The tabernacle is not in one physical place forever. It is constructed and transported. I'm talking tabernacle. I'm talking promised land. Right. So by the time we talk tabernacle, after HaWah brings your sickness away, Amos 9, and I will raise up his ruins, we're talking about the city, man. Or we're just talking about the people, Manak. And I will build it in the days of old. Either way, we're not talking about just one physical situation. We're talking about tabernacle. Remember, you are the tent, a tent that shall not be removed. The stakes whereof shall never be plucked up. That can't be talking about just a tabernacle that is movable, right? Transported. Being not plucked up has to refer to you not being, broken, Manak. Cords thereof, neither shall any of the cords thereof be broken. But there HaWah will be with us. We're talking about a tabernacle that can't be moved. Because HaWah is our king, and he will save us. That's the David flow. Amos 9. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David, and close up the breaches, and I will raise up his ruins, and then I will build it as in the days of old. So you're looking for it now? Well, where's the tabernacle? Where's the Temple Mount? Where's the ruins? I will raise up his ruins, which means it has to be raised up, right? So it must be either buried underneath some stuff in the waters, that they may possess the remnant of Edom and all the nations upon whom my name is called, says HaWah that does this. Because HaWah does this. Does what? Raise up the ruins of the tabernacle of David. Yeah. And I will turn the captivity of my people Israel. I will turn it away, man. No more. They shall no more be plucked up. Letting you know that when we're talking being plucked up, we want to talk precept on precept. Amos 9 to Isaiah 33. That these cords, neither shall any cords be broken. The stakes whereof shall never be plucked up. What? This tent, letting you know we ain't talking about a physical tent that moves around, but the people that are scattered will never again be plucked up. How do we know we're talking about the people? Because Amos 9. Let's go. Halal HaWah. Yeah. Verse 15, and I will plant them upon their land. Don't mean that you're not here already or in the vicinity, but right now you in so-called cities, you in bondage. You in bondage, my nigga. Let me get my alkaline. It's going to be the best dismount of all time. All praise HaWah. And we just popping off because they just now tuning in. I've been talking for 3 hours straight. Let's go, man. I ain't tired. You tired? You ready for the best dismount, my naga? Because this is what we do in Drop Nation. This is what we represent, my naga. Let's go. I will plant them upon their land. and they shall no more be plucked up. This is that tent out of the land which I have given them. This is that tent, says HaWah. This is that tent in Isaiah 33. This is that tabernacle in Isaiah 33 that shall not be removed. It's not the physical place, it's the people that shall never again be plucked up in the end of days once the tabernacle is restored. Managa, the tabernacle of King David that has fallen, is the tent that will, be closed. The breaches will be closed up. I will raise up his ruin. I will build it as in the days of old. That means it's not over here standing right now. You can't find it right now, Managi. What you're looking for, what you can do is use common sense. But not all sense is common, right? That they lied to us, flipped us on a map, spun us on a ball, and they're lying about where Israel is. They're lying about where Jerusalem is. They're lying about where Zion is. They're lying about where the land of David is, when we know that this is the land of the Prester. This is the land of Prester John. By the time we go from Cathay, yeah. By the time we talk about the British Museum, yeah. Yeah, man. By the time we talk about India Superior in America, notice it doesn't say South America, it's just America, right? Where's North America? Oh, okay, well, we got Florida, all right, Cuba, India Superior. You zoom in close, Prester John. This map is in what? Outline of an MS map in a British museum showing connection between Marco Polo's Asia and the new lands in 1530, Managi. 1530, there's no North America. There's the land of the Prester right at the same spot that this Quivera is. Right. South America. What? South America. Prester John, India Superior, Cathay, again right here. Come on, Prester John. Why is it on the map in 1500s? Knowing they're looking for the Swarthy King David, King David. Same place where this Anion Quivera is, this Anion Regna Managi. Oh man, it's all happening. It's all happening, man. Let me get that back, man. Yeah. We just popping off, man, because they just tuning in, you know. We can use our common sense, man. We got eyes to see. We can see clearly. Eber at the same exact spot as this 1500s map of the land of Prester John in India Superior. We're at where the Eber would be, Quivera, Anion, Hanan Ben David. You got Prester John, 1530, in the British Museum. Stop playing with us, saying we from Africa. We from the India Superior. There's no North America, my nigga. You're in Greater Asia. You're in India Superior. You're in the land of Prester John, my nigga. You're in the land of the priest King Prester John. I can't make this stuff up. Stop playing with us with this grade school education and start surfing the wave when you talk Keber or Eber. You better know where you at in the Grand Quivera. Oh boy. I said, oh boy, because we building it back up, right? The tabernacle has fallen. Are we just talking about a physical tabernacle or the tent or the people that cannot be plucked up? When you look upon Zion, are you looking upon just a physical place? Or are you looking upon the code keepers, the remnant? those who HaWah has forgiven. Yeah, see, Gentile, when HaWah forgives us, where do you stand, right? You better be KTC. And HaWah better be your king. Yeah, we're talking tabernacle, man. Having a great time talking tabernacle today, too, you know. HaWah is exalted, for he dwells on high. He has filled Zion with justice. Where is that? Some small spot in the Middle East? That's Zion? Or are we talking about Zion? We're talking tabernacle, right? Where's the tabernacle? That's a great question. Where's the tabernacle of David? I don't know, but it will be raised up from its ruins, Manan, and it will be built. Halal HaWah. Hey, ThaWaDa HaWah. First Chronicles 16, for the dismount, and they brought in the ark of HaWah and set it in the midst of the tent of that David had pitched, right? So now we're talking about David's tabernacle. We were just talking about this. And has pitched it for me, and they offer burnt offerings and peace offerings before HaWah. Peace offerings, Managa, in the tent of David's tabernacle. And when David had made an end of offering the burnt offering and peace offerings, he baruched the people in the name of HaWah, and he dealt to every one of Israel, both man and woman, to every one a loaf of bread, a cake made in a pan, a sweet cake. He's giving out cakes. He appointed certain of the Levites to minister before the ark of HaWah. So the ark of HaWah is right there with him, right? And to celebrate and to thank and praise HaWah, the God of Israel, the power of Israel. Khan. Then on that day, let's get this, in Bananiah and Jahaziel, the priests with trumpets continually before the ark of the covenant. So they popping off. Then on that day did David first ordain to give thanks unto HaWah by the hand of Asaph and his brethren. Oh, give thanks unto HaWah. Call upon his name. Make known his doings among the people. Sing unto him. Sing praises unto him. Speak you of all his marvelous works. Wow. Glory you in his holy name. Let the heart of them rejoice that seek HaWah. Seek you, HaWah, in his strength. Seek his face continually, right? Remember his marvelous works that he had done, his wonders, his judgments of his mouth. What did his mouth do? Psalms 18. Fire, right? Save David and the tribe. And you, seed of Israel, his servants, you children of Jacob, his chosen ones. He is HaWah, our power. His judgments are in all the earth. Yeah, man, not just in the Middle East, man. We're talking about Mama. Remember his covenant forever. The word that he commands to 1,000 generations. The covenant which he made with Abraham and his oath unto Isaac. And he established it unto Jacob for a statute, to Israel for an everlasting covenant, saying, unto you will I give the land of Canaan. Again, we say, Canaan, which one? Are you talking Anan, Anani, Hanan, or Canaan, or Canaan? Is it the land simply of Ania, Canaan, Hanan, Ania, the land of the Prester? I said the Prester, my naga. I said the Prester, my naga. Priest King, Prester John, King David, Anan, Anan, Anan ben David, Ania, Anan ben David, son of the Prester. Who's the son of the Prester? Hanan, Canaan, land of Canaan, Anian is what? Canaan, right? Or one more time, Canaan with a CH. Canaan is the son of Raja Chola, they call him. Another title. Jadaron, another title. I'm just talking Prester John. His son is Hanan. His son is Anian. Right next to Eber. Right next to Eber, my naga. I said right next to Eber. Right next to the Prester. The Grand Khan. The Grand Khan. The Grand Khan Quivera. Uh-oh, boss, I think even to the layman, this is starting to make sense. Even to those fighting the drop, fighting against the water. You can't fight against the wave, man. I will give the land of Canaan, huh? Antioch, let's go. The lot of your inheritance. Yeah, man. Because we already have it in 1530, India Superior. Oh, man. Halal HaWah. Save us, O power, our salvation. Gather us together, deliver us from the nations, that we may give thanks unto your holy name, that we may triumph in your praise. Baruch be HaWah, the power of Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. And all the people said, hey, Halal HaWah, and praise HaWah. Yeah, we're talking tabernacles. Tabernacle flow. Yeah. Yeah, man. An Ammonite, a Moabite shall not enter into the assembly of HaWah, even to the 10th generation shall none of them enter into the assembly forever. I mean, a lot of them trying to get up in it, though, huh? A lot of them trying to get up in it. And I think they come a wolf sometime. They come a wolf in sheep's clothing, you know. Sometimes that hijack comes in the garments, man. They come rocking the garments, man. And we getting this dismount. I saved the best for last. He made it this far. You know, this is just a teachable moment. Oh man. Woo! This is just a teachable moment. I ain't got much to say. I'm gonna let it speak for itself. I love my brothers though. I love my ox. You know, this 3-hour video is not about hating or bashing or wanting anyone to be hurt, wanting anyone to be separate than the creator, separate from the creator or anything. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fighting for you, my naga. If you don't believe that in your heart bone, man, then you deceived. But we fighting for you. We fighting for y'all. We fighting for these niggas right here, man. You know? We fighting for these niggas right here.
My brother, what's your name? My name is Israel. You know what I'm talking about? I knew that beside me. My brother, I want to ask you a question. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Why must we, as a people, seek Zion? Well, for one, we're the only nation that's unsovereign.
Let it speak for itself. You know what respect is? When you mention the creator's name, when you mention Zion, you know that heart bone in you that has a decency in you that says, let me put the mother-sucking Funyuns down when I'm speaking on the tabernacle, when I'm speaking on the creator, when I'm speaking on Zion. Let me show some respect. Let me wipe my mouth. This is what led us into captivity, man. I love my brothers, but the warning is out. Wolf in sheep's clothing.
Sovereign in this melting pot, as the scriptures say. The scriptures told that unsovereign nation to seek that household. The household that we lost, bro. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna spit a gang of scriptures because I'm talking to the brothers who don't know nothing about those scriptures. This is your ancestry. You know what I'm saying? If you look into the scriptures, and if you look anywhere you can find, bro, you ain't gonna find your scripture, your history detailed nowhere else but in the scriptures. The scriptures tell you to seek my house, seek my place. So we go to Zion. You know, we don't walk. I mean, we don't talk it, bro. We walk it. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me ask you another question.
Yes, sir.
So, what about the people who say that America, they are the Indians, they are the native Indians? What about the people who say America is their...
I mean, clearly, you know, whoever's talking, you know, that's their objective, right? They went right. Oh, you mentioned Zion, so what about all them, you know, niggas in America? You know what I'm saying? That think that America's the old world, that Jerusalem, that Jerusalem is right here, that Egypt is right here, that Quivera and Anion and Eber is right here, that the land of the Prester is right here, that the Garden of Eden is right here, that the Orinoco River connected to Mount Roraima, the tree of life. Uh-oh, I said too much. Because now you can connect them rivers with that Orinoco flow. But you see how he directed it right into that question, right? So that must be on his heart bone, you know. Let's get this on the top, man. You know, one more time. I'm just gonna let it go. Man. I'm just gonna let it go.
You know what I'm talking about?
My brother, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Why must we, as a people, seek Zion?
Well, for one,
you gotta put the mother sucking Funyuns down, man. This ain't no player time. And if you got the camera, you're supposed to be like, look, bro, I'm going to give you a serious interview, talk about Zion. Let me know when you're done. But the Funyuns didn't bother him. The Funyuns didn't bother the man behind the scene. When they talk Zion, there's a lack of respect. And we don't have to go past this point right here to know where the respect level is.
We're the only nation that's unsovereign in this melting pot, as the scriptures say. The scriptures told that unsovereign nation to seek that household. The household that we lost, bro. You know what I mean? I'm not going to spit a gang of scriptures because I'm talking to the brothers who don't know nothing about those scriptures. This is your ancestry. You know what I'm saying? If you look into the scriptures, and if you look at everywhere you can find, bro, you ain't going to find your scripture, your history detailed nowhere else but in the scriptures. The scriptures tell you to seek my house, seek my place. So we go to Zion. You know, we don't walk. I mean, we don't talk it, bro. We walk it. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me ask you another question.
Yes, sir.
So, what about the people who say that America, they are the Indians, they are the native Indians? What about the people who say America is their Zion, America is their Israel, America is their home?
Well, they don't really understand history because you're talking to a black Indian right now. Both of my grandparents, all four of them, all come from Oklahoma, Cherokee and Choctaw. Now, what we've been doing is we've been coming over here for thousands of years in waves. But for us to have been coming over here for thousands of years in waves, we had to be coming from somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? So just because we got here first, don't make this ours. You know what I'm saying? We didn't.
I know, I'm gonna let it play. He just said it though. Just because we got here first, don't mean it's not ours. Don't mean it's ours. If you build your house, you built it, you're first, it's your home, it's your acres. It's not yours. It belongs to the second and third and fourth, not the first. You're the first. It's your house. Created for you, built by you, but it's not yours. Does that shit make sense to you? You go buy a wallet, it's your wallet. You had it first. You bought it first, it's your wallet. Does it belong to the second, third hand person? How can you be first and it's not yours?
For thousands of years in waves. But for us to have been coming over here for thousands of years in waves, we had to be coming from somewhere. You understand?
Who said we came in waves from Africa? Where's the receipts? Where's the actual evidence that every Naga across the entire earth plane evolved out of waves out of Africa, other than what our grade school, public school information is telling us? And shouldn't we be past this by now? You don't think you can be original nowhere else? You must be out. So we are here first, but only because we came here thousands of years ago in waves. But that's just some conjecture, because he ain't gonna prove nothing. He ain't gonna give us no documentation. We just gotta believe this shit, right? Even though they just found us here, bro. So what story are we connecting? They just found us here. Where's your wave story out of Africa? We came here in waves, bro. Where's your story? Where's your documentation? If you don't have none, you got to say we're investigating. That's all we're saying, is that we're investigating. We're investigating that perhaps you were already here. Perhaps you went over there in waves, and that's what that whole Mormon, situation, they're looking at it from the other direction. We got to see why. Why is that happening? That's when you're seeking. The script ain't just saying, seek Zion the place. It's saying, seek Zion. Seek your Zion. Seek your Shabbat. Seek your rest. Seek your code. Seek Zion, man. Seek the people that will not be uprooted. We didn't get uprooted out of Africa. We got uprooted from right here. That tells the whole story. You can't say we came over here in waves for thousands of years and that's that. But we're first. But it's not our land. Since when does the first people give their land to the second people?
You understand what I'm saying? So just because we got here first, don't make this ours.
Whoa,
you know what I'm saying?
Just because we got here first, don't make this ours, my nigga? Who did you just give my land to?
We had to be coming from somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? So just because we got...
So you could have came from anywhere. Somewhere does not mean Africa, my nigga. Somewhere does not mean Tellerad, my nigga. Somewhere could be Lemuria. Somewhere could be any of them sunken lands that we don't know the names of. Somewhere it could be any of this in the days of Peleg. Was the earth divided? Remember when everything was connected? So how can we guarantee which way we're traveling? And regardless, as we pop off today, we have to encourage my Nagas to truly investigate. Not say, oh, we're seeking Zion, I'm going to the Middle East.
But for us to have been coming over here for thousands of years in waves, we had to be coming from somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? So just because we got here first, don't make this ours. You know what I'm saying? We didn't leave because we were doing good. We didn't leave Israel because we were doing good. We left Israel because we were cast out. So no matter where we went, that was a punishment. I don't care how fruitful it was a punishment. Because your history was detailed out in the Torah. It didn't say about you going to America. That was part of your curses from being kicked out of your place. So to every black Indian, Moor, and everything, America.
So the scripture never speaks about being scattered to the four corners. If you were scattered to the four corners, even going with your theory, bro, we would have to be the scripture speaking about going to America. The scripture is speaking about going to the land of Nod, to the North Country, spreading out, right? That's if we're just taking it out of Africa thing, but knowing that it gets a lot deeper. You're already here. You're already home. And we're going to look at these rivers. We're going to look at a couple things for the dismount. But as it gets deeper, man, you're the copper color cons found here. You're found here where they all want to be, where you can admit that you're first here and not give your people their land and their inheritance. That's hijack city. You can admit you're first in this vast land of India Superior, but you must have came in waves from Africa with no proof, no evidence, no validation, no receipt, no facts. And that's really the main thing, is that this innuendo here has zero facts to it. You know, a little bit of truth, trying, sprinkle with a lot of deception, man. I pray for my Nagas. This ain't personal because this is public. You know what I'm saying? It can't be personal if this is public and published. You know what I'm saying? So once you put this out there in the ether, then it's up to us to, clarify for our tribe that needs clarity. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not all skin folk is con folk. We know that. You know, we can't control the journey a Naga take. We can't control if a Naga changes, if a Naga switches up, if a Naga, is directly with the creator, and then now they got a hijack in between. We can't control if a Naga is into the indigenous, awareness, frequency and the water flowing, and then now there ain't nothing indigenous about this Naga. This Naga wants you to get your passport and go to the Middle East. That's not indigenous. Even when he's talking about how indigenous he is, he still can't claim his land for his Cherokee and Choctaw people. Choctaw people, they can't be from here. They must be African too. So their title is gone. Their Cherokee, Choctaw butt now got to give up all their stuff to whoever, I guess, this land is promised to then, huh? Where's the tabernacle? Where's the tabernacle?
I don't really understand history because you're talking to a black Indian right now. Both of my grandparents.
So if you a black Indian, brother, where's your land? Where is your black Indian land? If you say it's in Africa, then you're an African. If you say it's the Middle East, I'm an Israelite because I'm gonna put Israel over there because I'm gonna agree with the hijack on this one. They say Israel's over there, I'm gonna agree. Lack of evidence, so what? Validation, I got my doctrine, I'm sticking to it, right? That's where these bros are at. If they got their doctrine, they're gonna stick to it. All that hard, recon and all that awareness out the window. That's what mama hates, man. That's what wisdom, when she sparks off a connectivity, you throw it away, you go backwards. That's what mama hate, man. She gave you the drop. The ball's right out in front. Is this your own way? Is this the way the Creator wants you to be? With this vibration? And I love my brothers, but we got to come about the hijack because the vibration that you coming in, man, let me tell you, my noggin, it stinks. It stinks, man. It's a stench to it. It's a stench, Hijack City has a stench to it. It makes no sense. It's confusion. We just popped 3 hours of popping offness, clarifying the tabernacle to get to this 3 minutes of straight confusion.
Parents, all four of them, all come from Oklahoma. They Cherokee and Choctaw. Now, what we've been doing is we've been coming over here for thousands of years in waves. But for us to have been coming over here for thousands of years in waves, we had to be coming from somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? So just because we got here first, don't make this ours. You know what I'm saying? We didn't leave because we were doing good. We didn't leave Israel because we were doing good. We left Israel because we were cast out. So no matter where we went, that was a punishment. I don't care how fruitful it was a punishment because your history was detailed out in the Torah. It didn't say about you.
Whoa, slow down. It was a punishment. So you don't think these Nagas was punished right here? Found here? Punished here? Invaded here? Punishment, you can't just conjecture your way into the Middle East punishment, man. It's like the Jewish trying to conjecture their way into the Holocaust punishment. I'm talking about the American Holocaust, the Amarukan Holocaust, of the Amaru, the Drakan, the slaying of the dragon. But they don't know nothing about that in the Middle East, do they? They ain't on no dragon flow out there. They ain't on no indigenous flow. So as soon as you sign up to this doctrine, from what we're witnessing, with eyes open, and this is out of AI, because if you know, we got deep AI. And that's straight up. This ain't personal. It's public. Once you put it out public, that's what it is. It's criticism, fair use, all that stuff, right? So, we're having a classroom conversation on this particular mentality. Once you go into this doctrine of just Yahweh Shai, Middle East, whatever the case is, then you lose your indigenous heritage damn near completely, because you can claim to be Choctaw and Cherokee, but you don't even claim to have land here. You just said you're first, but it ain't your land, right? Just because you're first don't mean it's your land.
The Cherokee and Choctaw. Now, what we've been doing is we've been coming over here for thousands of years in waves. But for us to have been coming over here for thousands of years in waves, we had to be coming from somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? So just because we got here first, don't make this ours. You know what I'm saying? We didn't leave because we were doing good. We didn't leave Israel because...
Just because we got here first, don't make this ours. So we should give it to another people. We should give Nagaville up to go to the Middle East. Even though we were first, according to this bro. Confusion.
Because we were doing good, we left Israel because we were cast out. So no matter where we went, that was a punishment. I don't care how fruitful it was a punishment because your history was detailed out in the Torah. It didn't say about you going to America. That was part of...
You're already in the old world. It's not about going there. That's why you don't have to say you went to America if they found you here, Manak. So Venus Toltexis is already here. The king of the Toltecs, Solomon, is already here. So Venus Ogam, man, I'm talking about Mananan in there, Dananan in there. I'm talking about Quetzalcoatl and Tapuzin, El Cid, Lancelin. These are the knights, the Naga Hebrew knights that were found here. The artifacts in Hebrew out of Arizona, Kalelus, with bodies on bodies. They got bodies, they're dating to 200, 300 that no Native American tribes can claim them, because these are the Nagas in Nagaville. What they came over in waves in my Africa theory. Why couldn't this be their land? Why isn't this your land, my Naga? You gonna go to Tellurad and fight for that? When you was already home.
Part of your curses from being kicked out of your place. So to every black Indian, Moor, and everything, to think America is your home, the oldest bones found on this side of Earth weren't even yours.
Cootie Mayo, you want to take the wheel on this one, man? Hey, Natural, man, you got this, though? You got this, man. The oldest bones in India Superior don't belong to the Naga. But listen closely.
They were a black nation.
Whoa! Confusion for the this, man. I can't take this no more. I can't take this no more. Wait, so if you're first, you're really last, because first don't mean that this is your land. You're not the original. It's not your heritage, right? Okay, you're gonna give that up to go to the Middle East, to Northeast Africa, right? Okay. Then say that the indigenous Nagas, Black Indians and Moors, it's not even ours because our bones ain't even found. It's some other Black Nagas. It's some other Naga nation. Then he's going to go into some DNA haplogroup, mitochondria situation, just skate past that whole thing while throwing out some insanity. Like, yeah, there's Negroes here, but they're not you, Negro. You're of a different DNA than those Negroes, so you can't even say you're those. So what about those Negroes? What about this Black super haplogroup you about to bring up? What you're saying is that there's Nagas already here. You don't want to say that they Hebrew or that they connected with the lineage of the Most High because of a old haplogroup of the Australioid situation, man. You better stop it, man. You better figure out where Australia is, man. We're talking Antarctica, right? Confusion.
They Cherokee and Choctaw. Now, what we've been doing is we've been coming over here for thousands of years in waves. But for us to have been coming over here for thousands of years in waves, we had to be coming from somewhere.
Where?
You understand what I'm saying? So just because we got here first, don't make this ours.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? We didn't leave because we were doing good. We didn't leave Israel because we were doing good. We left Israel because we were cast out. So no matter where we went, that was a punishment. I don't care how fruitful it was a punishment because your history was detailed out in the Torah. It didn't say about you going to America. That was part of your curses from being kicked out of your place. So to every Black Indian, Moor, and everything, to think America is your home, the oldest bones found on this side of Earth weren't even yours.
So are they white people?
They were a black nation.
Right. But they looking away. Look, man. They were Black, but they're not you. Now, how do you know? You know what a false witness is, man? Someone who's claiming to know something or be a witness to something that they're not a witness to, like, oh, there's waves coming over here from thousands of years from Africa. Well, does that mean that these Negroes found here came in one of those waves? Right? Even if you could prove, yeah, there is migration happening, does it mean that these millions of Nagas here came out of that? Or were they already here? You say, oh, we were first, but that don't mean it's ours. Can you prove that, my Naga? Because this sounds like an alchemical serpent, man. I'm trying to tell you. Can you prove that these waves are affecting all these families popping off today? Can you prove that first people that you say it don't mean it's your land, that wasn't their land? Did you prove that the first people that you just said, the oldest bones, are Black people? That this is not their original place? But you got to say now that, yeah, they're Black people. Look at this shit. Yeah, they're Black people, so-called Black people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're so-called Black people, but they're not you guys. So you guys can't claim these Nagas. You better go to the Middle East, man.
That was a punishment. I don't care how fruitful it was. It was a punishment because your history was detailed out in the Torah. It didn't say about you going to America. That was part of your curses from being kicked out of your place. So to every Black Indian, Moor, and everything, think America is...
Damn, so being in America is a curse? The land of milk and honey? Where everyone, it don't seem like it. Everyone wants to come to America. It's the melting pot now, right? California gold rush, mining. Cities of gold. All that is a curse. It was a curse to be here. Damn, but you chalked out. Shit.
America is your home. The oldest bones found on this side of Earth weren't even yours. They were a black nation. You know, the original haplogroup O, what you call your Australoids. But you ain't haplogroup O, and if you are, you're an offshoot of haplogroup O. If you are.
So I gotta get a DNA test. If I'm not haplogroup O, I am not an original Naga in America. Can you prove that, sir? If you're not haplogroup O based on mitochondria DNA, not the seed of your father, not common sense, because that ain't common, but based on the mitochondrial DNA. If you're not haplogroup, I've never heard this before, man. If you're not haplogroup O, you can't be an indigenous Naga of America. You see what kind of broad shit these people stand on, man? Oh no, Zion, Jerusalem can't be in America. I've seen it all. It's not over here. And they just move on. Oh, look at this map of ThaWaDa, look at this map of this city of David. This, look at this drawing, of this Middle East fort or tent of just picking up drawings and everything. Is none of this stuff is evidence of who really built what you're talking about, when they really built it. You know what I mean? Did it come after the flood? Did it come in the days of Pele? Which ways were the waves going? All we're hearing from these guys that if we're not haplogroup O, we gotta go, right? Hijack City.
The Earth weren't even yours. They were a black nation. You know, the original haplogroup O, what you call your Australoids. But you ain't haplogroup O, and if you are, you're an offshoot of haplogroup O. If you are. So that ain't your people. So your people was someplace else.
Whoa. That's not our people? Can you prove that, sir? That these Australoids you're saying are not our people? Or is he saying that they're not our people enough because we have different blood types? Everybody in the tribe got the exact same blood type. Is that what we're talking about? Science. See how they're using science with confusion, sprinkling a little bit of truth of, the scripture, and you're supposed to seek. And then go into, you could be a black aboriginal, but you still won't be here if you're not haplogroup O. If you ain't O, you gotta go.
And when they came here, they came from someplace else. That's what we trying to get to the root of it. You know what I'm saying? You don't cut.
How do you know they came from somewhere else? If they were just found here, you have no receipts, you have no evidence, you have no proof, you have no validation, you have no proof that these Nagas that's been here thousands of years came from one of these waves out of Africa that you're conjecturing. Now you looking for a parable? You gonna pull a leaf, my Naga?
Cut the leaf off of this tree and think the problem is solved. You know, you gotta.
Come on, man. You just plucked a leaf on a Naga. You can't just pluck a leaf and think the problem is solved. What about the root? What about where they came from? How you know they ain't already here? You ain't showing us nothing. You're not proving nothing with any type of sensical arguments. Man, it's not about debating. It's about seeing clearly. You can't pluck a leaf and not truly understand you being rooted. You pluck a leaf and then you want to uproot Nagas, make them get the passports, and go to ThaWaDa, go to Israel, go to Jerusalem over there. You want to uproot while plucking that leaf. Plucking that leaf is actually very metaphoric to what you're actually doing, because you ain't, holding on to them roots, man. You Cherokee and you Choctaw, you still ain't holding on to the roots. You gave up your land. Well, just because we're from here first don't mean it's ours. Wow, you just uprooted the entire Cherokee Choctaw people. Why is it that this doctrine is anti-indigenous? Why is it that the speaker here who's asking these questions even got to bring that up? Well, what do you think about those other, so-called Native Americans? Man, you know what it is. The Amarucans. Well, they think they're in the Holy Land. Cause you want to bang on America now? You so far from indigenous. You so far from Anasazi that now you banging on America, man. False witness towards HaWah, towards Amma, towards your earth. Damn. I ain't never heard no shit like this before.
So that ain't your people. So your people was someplace else. And when they came here, they came from someplace else. That's what we trying to get to the root of it. You know what I'm saying? You don't cut the leaf off of this tree and think the problem is solved. You gotta rip that thing up from the roots. You dig? So we gotta get back to the roots to you know what I mean?
Why you gotta rip it up from the roots? You talking about uprooting us, dog?
Revamp everything. You know what I'm saying? You got like a virus or a computer from the inside. So we got to reroute everything from the inside, and that's what it is.
Hey man,
Look at, I just broke some shit down, dog. Look at the narrator. Yeah, man, you just broke it down, man.
Thanks for that breakdown, brother.
Thanks for that breakdown, brother. Because, you just tied it all together, man. Look at this great dismount, man. You just tied it all together.
Roots, you dig? So we got to get back to the roots to you know what I mean? Revamp everything. You know what I'm saying? You got like a virus or a computer from the inside. So we got to reroute everything from the inside, and that's what it is.
Hey man, thanks for that breakdown, brother.
The virus has hijacked the code. You need to keep the code. Put away that Christ. Put away some false anointed, some false gods. You could dress the part. It don't mean your heart bone is directly with HaWah. HaWah don't care about these garments, man. HaWah care about your heart bone being KTC. Ain't about your fringes. Ain't about what you rocking. It's about, are you directly connected with your breath of security? Are you bearing false witness? I mean, these are the things that are real important right now, my niggas. I mean, not just important, my nigga, but really important. When you talk about the tent that David pitched, oh boy, you better be KTC. You better put away those false reports. Thou shalt not utter a false report. Put not your hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Oh, you black people are not the real black people here, because some other black people are haplogroup O, and you're not even them. And if you are them, you're an offshoot, which means you're still not them. So you better get your ass to Africa. Because even though you're an offshoot, you're an African, right? Even though we're first, we're last, right? Even though we're first, we're last, huh? Neither shall thou bear witness in a cause to turn aside after a multitude to pervert justice. Neither shall thou favor a poor man in his cause. If thou meet thy enemy's ox or ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him. We're talking about the frequency. But that don't come with these false reports. No receipts, man. No receipts. No receipts, man.
For years, in waves. But for us to have been coming over here for thousands of years in waves, we had to be coming from somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? So just because we got here first, don't make this ours. You know what I'm saying? We didn't leave because we were doing good. We didn't leave Israel because we were doing good. We left Israel because we were cast out. So no matter where we went, that was a punishment. I don't care how fruitful it was a punishment, because your history was detailed out in the Torah. It didn't say about you going to America. That was part of your curses from being kicked out of your place. So to every black Indian, Moor, and everything, think America is your home, the oldest bones found on this side of Earth weren't even yours. They were a black nation, You know, the original haplogroup O, what you call your Australoids. But you ain't haplogroup O, and if you are, you're an offshoot of haplogroup O. If you are. So that ain't your people. So your people was someplace else. And when they came here, they came from someplace else. That's what we trying to get to the root of it. You know what I'm saying? You don't cut the leaf off of this tree and think.
All good, man. Love to get into the root, man. We just get into the root of it, man. And AHA, you know, this is truly for the AHA. You know what I'm saying? You know, do you go your direction, but when you're leading the people astray, you know, when you're leading the people to this confusion that they can't be indigenous no more because they're not haplogroup O, you are a false witness. And you are giving false claims. And yeah, they've changed the names, lands, and narratives. Love to the bro. I see, my brother, we have 2 questions. Do you believe in the Bible? Or are you talking about Tanakh? Or are you talking about that new test, that new frequency, that excellent new tune, they say, right? Not the ancient love song. We rock with the ancient love song. We don't need the new tune of the Biblios. All right, so these are your 2 questions. All right, 2 questions. These are the 2 big questions. Do you believe in the Tanakh? And where is the tabernacle? Hey, we cutting this up with a butter knife, my nigga. All right, the tabernacle is constructed and transported, right? So wherever the tabernacle is, it is transported. It is made to transport, my nigga. It is made to flow with wherever HaWah sends the people to go. Where's the tabernacle in America? That's not a bad question for the dismount. I told y'all, remember that Cabal, was it Caleb or Kolob? Let's get it, man. Let's get it, man. We out of here, baby. Slicing through Hijack City with a butter knife. And we love our ox. We love our aquas. But this is not private. This is public. Once you are putting this type of chaos out publicly, right? It becomes a public situation. It becomes a public situation. Yeah, man. The bros go back and forth, man. You know, Isaiah 33 comes up. Well, we got that. We got Isaiah 33. Yeah. I don't see where this is pointing to the Middle East, though. It's the first thing we got. We saw no evidence of Middle Eastness in here, right? What we do know is that your breath is a fire that shall devour you. Yeah. We are the tent. When we look upon Zion, we're looking upon the unmovable, the tent that shall not be removed, not the tabernacle you looking for. That is transported, my nigga. Constructed and transported. What do you mean? What do you mean? Where's the tabernacle in America? Has HaWah raised the tent of David yet? Or did HaWah say, I am raising the tent of David? Right. Yeah, man. Tell us what the difference is when we talk Eber, when we're talking tents. Halal HaWah. Let's get it from right here. Because we're talking false reports. So when you're talking about the tent of David, no blood in our cup, man. Love to the ox. Let's go. I will send an angel before you to keep thee by the way. Or what? Fire out of his mouth. We're talking dragons again. Dragon guardians. We're talking about the guardians, my nigga, to bring thee into the place that I have prepared. And when David is praying, that tabernacle gives him a place, with HaWah to be heard. We're talking about being heard. Yeah. But without that, we know that all the sinners of my people shall die by the sword. The evil shall not overtake nor confront us. In that day will I raise up. Where's the tabernacle of David? Where's the tabernacle in America? I will raise it up. The tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof. I will raise up. I will raise up his ruins. I will build it, my naga. What do you mean? Where's the tabernacle in America? It will be raised up. It will be built. But if you're so confused with the conjecture that you got to point to Telerad Israel as where the tabernacle is, it will be raised up, my naga. Hit the easy button, Brad. Is that simple. No cap on my number 2 pencil. Yeah. Jeremiah 30. Because just like the tabernacle of David will be raised up. What does it say in Jeremiah? Jeremiah chapter 30, my naga. Hey, it's a victory lap. ThaWaDa for surfing the wave with the nagas. You know, I gotta, see what kind of time we got, but I'll try to squeeze in a quick double dismount here with a couple bros with UB. Shout out to UBTV. Shout out to Chief Moray. You know what I mean? And we're going to just belly flop at some of their old OG drop, digging on this ancient world. And, I'm going to let the ox pop off, man. I've been talking for over 3 hours, man. We're going to bring it together with the rivers and the Nile and the Euphrates, just bring it together. But Jeremiah chapter 30. Halal HaWah. For the dismount. Best dismount of all time, I told y'all, man. We've been making a dismount for 30 minutes. We've been still making our dismount. Jeremiah 30, verse 8. And it shall come to pass in that day, says HaWah, that I will break his yoke from off your neck, will burst your bands, and strangers no more shall make him their bondsman, right? You're not going to be plucked up. Your tent is going to be everlasting, Tent of David will be raised up. But, verse 9, they shall serve their power, the Lord their God, right? They shall serve HaWah and David their king. This is Jeremiah 30. We just got Hosea 3. David their king, whom I will raise up unto them. So the tent is being raised up. I will raise it up. And David in Jeremiah 30, I will raise up. David is being raised up. I will raise up. We're talking end of days. Immortal king. You don't need no hijack. You don't need no replacements. You don't need no son of David when David is being raised up personally again by HaWah. Oh boy. We're talking about when that yoke is broke off your neck. That's freedom time. And it ain't happened yet. It will happen. I will raise up unto them. Unto who? O Jacob, O Israel, I will save you and your seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall again be quiet and at ease, and none should make him afraid. For lo, I am with you, says HaWah, to save you. For I will make a full end of all the nations where I have scatter you. From where, Manai? But I will not make a full end of you. I will correct you in measure, Gentile, back, We're just being corrected. And will not utterly destroy you. Gentile, back. We are still here. We are not destroyed. We are not destroyed. HaWah will save us. I will save you. I am with you. I will save you from afar. I will save you. How does HaWah plan to pop off this, beautiful reunion, my noggin? But they shall serve HaWah their power and David their king, just like Hosea 3. It's not confusion. Hit the easy button, Brett. It's that simple. So by the time HaWah says, whom I will raise up unto them, we already know. Just like we just got and just like we just show. Yeah. I will raise up unto you. Same thing we just got. The tabernacle of David that is fallen. I will raise up his ruins. I will build it. I will raise up. Just like we just got in Jeremiah 30. We're just talking about the tabernacle, right? So if it's being raised up, I will raise it up. What do you mean, man? Where is the tabernacle in America? The tabernacle of the priest King Prester John, India Superior, will be raised up. From where? Hey, I guess that's any man's guess, any woman's guess. I guess we got to investigate. I mean, I like that question, though. Where is the tabernacle in America? I like that question because you know what? We just over here free flowing. But you know what? When I just looked up Tabernacle Zion, what is it, right? You know what the first thing that came up among Hans and Sophia? What the AI gave us, man. Tabernacle Dome is 6,430 feet. Elevation summit located in Zion National Park. Oh, but drop, I've been to Zion. Have you? Can you really say you been there? You took the Taurus Trail, my nigga. We talking Angels Landing, my nigga. Did you make it? Or did you fall and get baptized in the waters of Zion? Was that a sign? Or am I lying? Old lion. My nigga, access to this peak is via the Kalob Terrace Road. We got this in the very beginning. I said, do not forget about this word, Caleb, right? Kalob. Wow. Caleb. Kalob. I can't make this up. Whether we're talking Caleb or Caleb, we are talking Zion. Let's go for the dismount. What the Mormons say? What the Mormons say about Caleb, man? Who remembers, man? Let's get this. Where's this Caleb drop? Oh, yeah. So the garden was in Jackson County. Got you. Okay. Or the garden was in Jackson County or was not in Jackson County, but was in a different existence. Some say on planet near, so on the earth, on the planet, near Kalob. So either it's on the planet or it's in some spiritual realm, they're saying. But if we're talking on earth, we're talking Kalob, my noggin. I can't make this up for the dismount. Ping, pow. I said, remember Kalob because the garden, they say, is near it. And why would the Garden of Eden be near Kalob? I don't know. Maybe we're just talking tabernacle. Access to this peak is near Call-Up Terrace Road, right? Yeah, I can't make this up, my nigga. We're just talking about the dome, right? Tabernacle Dome. Southwest Utah. So you telling me you looked within these mountains for the tabernacle before you said there's no way a Zion can be here? What if it's right here in plain sight, right under your nose bone? You're asking where the tabernacle is in America, man? I'm asking you, have you been digging on the Tabernacle Dome in America? Is there a reason why it's near Caleb or Caleb? Near the garden, right? Near the garden, near Caleb, huh? Have you dug on this, Mr. Inquisitive? Yeah. You know, they don't tell us much about this here, right? But they do say, you know, Caleb Canyons area, right? Is that where the garden is? Some people, some different views in the Mormon dialogue seem to feel like this garden was near Kala. Corresponds to Jackson County, though. Adam called his posterity. He called his posterity near Kala. Kala Canyon areas. I told you it's the greatest dismount of all time. Now check this out, because we talking tabernacles, and I can't make this stuff up. Remember I talked about that Mormon flow. We're going to get a whole new series called Mormons Digging Deeper. Look out for it. All right. Tabernacle Dome Formation composed of Navajo sandstone. Situated in southeast end of Cave Valley, 10 miles northwest of Springdale, Utah. Its nearly higher neighbor is Cave Knoll. In the northwest. Other neighbors include South Guardian Angel or South Dragon, okay, and North Dragon. So this tabernacle that you're asking about in America is guarded by the North Dragon and the Southern Dragon. Kind of sounds like the garden, right? Where there was the flaming sword, the dragon with the angel with the flaming sword guarding these areas, right? Just like Eden, just like these Mormons are saying here, that this garden was not in Jackson County, but it was in a different existence. Some say near Kalob, right? When we digging on this Kalob, we got it that it's guarded like the Garden of Eden by these two angels. You think it's play in Utah, Judah? You think that's play, right? Are you sure before you say it can't be so, because I don't want to tear my own paradigm apart. Precipitation runoff from this mountain drains into tributaries of the Virgin River. Access to this peak is via the Caleb Terrace Road. Peak's name was officially adopted in 1934. U.S. Board of Geographical Names. Right. It is named for its resemblance to the Mormon Tabernacle in Salt Lake City. Another tabernacle. Another tabernacle, right? So you go your way, my naga. Have you dug on the Salt Lake City Tabernacle? What is it really built on top of? What was this city really looking like? HaWah said it's going to be desolate. That means without you, my naga. And when you look at this Tabernacle Dome, it starts to look, more and more desolate. You might just think about a picture like this, right? Tellerad, this is the the camp movement, right? City of David, that ThaWaDa, they got this picture of this lonely structure here. You know, this must be the city of David, man. It looks so desolate. It looks so desolate, right? Must be. These real Jews of ThaWaDa, right? So this camp is connected to these Nagas here, right? The Chief Yosef and them and all that, you know. Hey man, we've been digging on this for a long time, right? They got their sheeps, they're sacrificing. Still got Jesus, but they're sacrificing. You know what I'm saying? This is what that camp is connected to, right? Got it. Asking about the tabernacle in America, I see. Well, this is what they're figuring, y'all. We got it, y'all. We could point to it. But if you could point to it, I mean, why would the Creator say to seek it? Why would the Creator tell you to seek it? Hey, man. Humble your heart bone and listen. And sometimes our land is not in the Middle East. Yeah. Why would we have to seek Zion and the way to Jerusalem in end times if we could just place our finger on it on the map? I got it, boss. It's right here, boss. That's not a whole lot of seeking. That's going with the narrative. It's falling into a doctrine. How are the four main rivers that flow throughout the earth and supply water all in the Middle East? Do you believe that's the real Tigris and Euphrates, man? And so-called four rivers in the Middle East don't even meet? Uh-oh. Did you even address the fact that these rivers don't meet? Or did you just skim over this, man? You know. 3 times a year shall all the males appear before HaWah. That doesn't tell us where. That doesn't tell us where Zion is. That's just a part of the conjecture. Why would the Most High give us that little plot of land? Body bag. Little Israel over there, right? This is what we got to get our passports and, you know, instead of looking right beneath our feet at the Tabernacle Dome and the guardian angels that are guarding it, we should just be looking over here. Give up America. You're no longer indigenous. This is called Hijack City. Yeah, we're talking tabernacles, man. Yeah, I had this other tabernacle flow up here for the dismount. Okay, let's check out this Adam Elliott photography. All right, talking about this land near Caleb. Remember, Caleb had to get them pomegranates with Joshua, with Kitzkohl, to prove they're in the promised land. Now, we want to talk desolate. Here's some great still photos, incredible shots around this temple in Zion, Utah. Okay, let's go. Are you telling me you've been up in here? You searched it out? You dug it up under? You ain't even touched this to make you a conclusion that Zion ain't in America. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, my not. You ain't touched these ancient trees, man. You want to talk Tabernacle Dome? You want to talk City of David? You want to talk Land of the Khan? Have you went off the trail into, these beautiful slot canyons behind the dome? Have you went behind the dome? Have you looked in here, my nigga? Is the ark buried inside of here? How would you know? You don't know nothing. And as long as we can admit that, then we can continue to investigate. What you're looking at is an ancient kingdom. Just like the Grand Canyon and them temples. An ancient kingdom, my nigga. that you can't even begin to understand how deep the rabbit hole really go. Hey man, Halal HaWah, you think all these are natural, geometric, or natural geology, natural figurines, man? You think this is all just naturally? Come on, man. Hey, we gotta get mud fossil on this one to show you how this is all life. This is all organic, my nigga. This is all alive, my nigga. Rocks are alive. The trees are alive. This is the rarely visited south side of the Tabernacle Dome. Have you been to the south side? Rarely visited, so I guess you haven't visited it to see where the openings are, what lays within. Yeah. I don't think many Nagas have seen much of this. You think these are just natural formations? Natural geological formations. Halal HaWah. Where's the tabernacle in America? You talking about the tent or the people? You talking about the city? Well, you gotta search it out. Don't be lazy. Don't just say, oops, I visited Zion a couple times. It wasn't there. That's very lazy. That's a lazy explorer, man. If you claim to be an explorer and know what's in America, don't do lazy explorations and stay on the trails. Do real exploration and see what's really happening in the Zion Temple Dome. All praise HaWah. Have you searched it all out, my nigga? Is this desolate enough for you? Oh, HaWah said it's going to be desolate. Is this desolate enough? Just because they make it a tourist attraction around Zion don't mean that these rarely visited areas are not desolate and will not be restored. As HaWah said, what? I'm going to restore. Yeah, man. HaWah said he's going to restore. The tabernacle of David that was fallen, I'm going to close up the breaches. I will raise up his ruins. Oh, you thought his ruins just look like this? Just look like this? Right. Or Monogamy, the ruins look more like this. Desolate. I will raise them up, HaWah says. I will raise up his ruins and I will build it as in the days of old. I will build it. I will raise it up. What do you mean? What do you mean? Where is the tabernacle in America? I will build it. I will raise up his ruins. Right in our Facebook. All this desolate area, and we claim to know what's there. We claim to know what's there. How arrogant of us, how arrogant we can be. How arrogant we can be. How arrogant we can be when we are uttering false reports. Where's the tabernacle? Man. Where's the tabernacle in America? Have you seen all this, my nigga? Have you been within it? It is desolate. It is desolate. We're just talking about Caleb, right? Come. You don't see the kingdom? You don't see it yet? You can't see clearly? Like the fam said, oh, okay, so you just want us to believe that that little bitty area over there? Huh? Why would the Most High give us that little plot of land? Managa, even the temple, even the tabernacle will blow your mind as to the vastness of the land for the children of Israel. I ain't talking about this. Managa, I'm talking about this. Do you see clearly? And this is just one place, right? We could look in Salt Lake City and what's really going on. You know, you could look other places, going to Cusco, going to Peru. But what you ain't gonna do is act like you've been here before. Act like you searched it out. Act like you seeking Zion when you ain't even been up in Zion. You just, checked it off your list and kept it going, kept it pushing, said, I seen it all, boss. Nothing to see here, boss. Nothing to see here, boss. Let's skip all the way across the Atlantic, get some passports. This is the city of David, huh? Because you found some drawings on some maps. We got maps on maps on maps about the land of the Prester, about the kingdom of Quivera and the kingdom of Antioch. Are we just talking Hanan? Are we just talking Hanan ben David? Hey, shalom to the tribe. Surfing this wave, man. I know we've been at it for a while. Get it back, rewind it. You know what I'm saying? This is going to be on one of these packs because we put a lot of work in and you got a lot to digging on, a lot of great script. We just talking about the tabernacle, my nigga. You know what I mean? Managi, yeah. We're talking the tabernacle. All praise to our creator, ancient head of days, forever, ever. When we talk tents, we know we're talking tent. If you want to talk tabernacle as a tent, then talk tabernacle as a tent. Oh, where's this tent in America? This tent is a movable tent. This tent is transported, my noggin. It ain't in the same place, nor has it ever stayed in one place. Whether you're talking tabernacle of Moshe, or tabernacle of David, or the tabernacle of Soliman, we're talking about the wall. Hey, ThaWaDa to the tribe for surfing the wave and helping us build our wall of protection. I see you, Copper Colored Keisha. I see you, Clayvon Hunt. A hob to your family. A hob to your tribe. This is what we do it for the tribe, for Joy World. All praise to HaWah. You know why? Because it's time. ThaWaDa for all your contributions. 500 code-keeping nuggets. We're talking about our tent, our wall, our tabernacle, blue, purple, red, white linen, gold thread. The fam asked an important question. The so-called four rivers in the Middle East don't even meet, man. Where do they meet? Where do the Middle East rivers meet, huh? Let's talk rivers for the dismount. And not that we need any more validation, my naga, that we are in the farthest India, that we are in India superior, in the land of King David, Prester John, Antioch, Quivera, Keber, or Eber, my naga. You know, let's get it with my bro, UB. Few minutes of this Euphrates Nile flow, and then we'll get a little from the bro Chief Moray. Get it.
Video. But we very easily debunk the fact that the Mississippi/Nile is the Euphrates. As a matter of fact, we know for a fact that the Nile was never mentioned by name in scripture as a specific river. And we know that when they're referring to the Nile, they're referring to a what? A stream, a brook, or a tributary of a much larger body of water.
Great river, right? Nahal. Nile is Nahal. Great river, let go.
And not a single body of water. And what I have also done
as I pulled up a few verses in the Bible as well that we'll look at in the actual Torah and the Tanakh. We'll actually look at some geographic characteristics that we can use to easily debunk the Nile River being over there. So it's a beautiful thing, but we also know that the Nile is synonymous with Egypt, but we also know that it's not the Nile that we are talking about. The Nile are Nilios or Nelios, okay? And we've gone through this again. Is the Greek river god, okay? So one of the first things you must understand here is that the meanings between the Nile and the Euphrates have been confounded into two different rivers. Okay? You have the Euphrates, then you have the Nile. Same river. All right? The Euphrates is the big, the Nile is the little. And I don't even want to call it the Nile being the little. The Nile is referred to are the brooks, creeks, or streams of the much larger river, the great river, the Euphrates. Okay? So just essentially, the meanings of those two rivers have been confounded in our brains. And it's interesting because we all know about the Nile, and we can tell that Egyptian history in many ways gets pushed into our brain academically because for some reason, people don't seem to want to give true credit to the only history book that matters, and that's the Torah. Because the Torah is the foundation of all this knowledge, and we can actually see that. We can, once we understand the words that were written down for us to finally understand, we can actually see a lot of this stuff being played out. So we know what's true, we know what's false, we know what's being attributed to these people is actually something that came long before them. And so learning the Torah is just foundational to understanding how deception works, okay? So we all know that the Nile is the Euphrates, the Nile being tributaries, creeks, or streams. They literally confounded the meaning of this word. Now getting back to Egyptus, son of Belus, this is where the current lands of Egypt have been named. Or this is for whom the current lands of Egypt have been named. Egyptus, son of Belus, founded a colony on the Euphrates. Appointed priest astrologers.
And if America is Egypt, it's a body bag that we're not talking about no Middle East Jerusalem, man.
Now this is coming from the Greek, okay, guys? We got to understand something. That a lot of the accounts that you're going to read, the Strabos, the Herodotus, the Diodoras, the whoever does it. The Herodotus, I already forgot the dude's name. Anybody who you see during, who's actually transliterating a lot of this past history, they're doing it in the Greek era, okay? So this has already been, much of this history has already been established. And what they are doing from this point on is transliterating it into their own understanding, all right? And this is where things get lost in translation. Sometimes purposely, sometimes accidentally. So Egyptus. So the myth about Egyptus is he had 50 sons. 50 sons with multiple different women. I'm not sure if he actually caught Antonio Cromartie, but, or I'm not sure if Antonio Cromartie caught him, but I'm sure he's close. But the myth of 50 sons and the Danaids, all right, or Danaids. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce it. But apparently Egyptus had 50 sons. And he sent his sons to get married to his brother's daughters. And his brother tells his daughters to murder their husbands on their wedding night. So according to the legend, 49 of the 50 sons actually got murdered. And then the 50th son who didn't get murdered avenged his brother's deaths. And so this is a little mythology tied around Egypt. So I want you guys to go ahead and write this down because we're going to keep it moving. I just want to make sure that we get this. Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about this. We'll talk about this really quickly. We're going to get into this later. But the ancient name that the Egyptians called Egypt was Tamari.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So we can see a few things here, okay? So we already know Ty and Mary have a few different meanings, and you'll actually hear it be pronounced Tamara or Tamara, okay? But what we should know is Ty and Mary, etymologically, we know that the syllables actually break up the phonetical meanings of both of those sounds. So we've got Tamari, and we can actually go ahead and relate that to who? Ty. Okay? That's easy. Now, I'm sure that somebody else has their own proclamation of exactly what the meaning is, but that's right there in the Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary. It's right there. Ta, Mary. And then you also have Mary meaning stone. Okay, so if we were to combine those words, that would be Ta stone, or the stone of Ta. Interesting. The stone of Ta. The stone of Ta. Ta Mary. What does that also sound like? If we were to reverse the syllables, it would be Mary Ta. Interesting. Mary Ta. Ta Mary. Kind of sounds like this place I know. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. Make sure you get the notes because we're going to be going on to the next.
Hey, love to my bro, man. I mean, get the drop. I just wanted to let you know, man, there's a lot of water over here. I mean, the bro, puts on hours and hours of the recon right here. Gets into the book of Jasher, which I love that. I love that, man. But ties a lot into, really a lot of foundational pieces into this America or Tamari connection. Now, we're digging in the Kalelu's drop. We're digging in this, Amaric situation. And who's Amaric? Who's Amari? You know what I'm saying? Who's this, a Nehemiah coming in with Sylvanus and all these forbidden histories happening in the 8th century and all that, you know what I'm saying? Who's this Makir popping off, That's really opening up a lot of things as well, as Makir is Amari. Not Tamari. Amari, you know what I mean? So there's different waves of building this, but it all leads back to the same water. And love to the bro UB, man. Keep popping off. You're doing great work, y'all. Make sure you, all these links are below. Make sure you support everyone that's coming with it, man. And you could agree or disagree, but just respect the fact that they're doing it and, doing it with a great heart bone, man. You know what I'm saying? For the creator. Like the bro said, the story is right there, man, in the Tanakh. And it's coming out once you get the orientation right.
This is a full
You know what I'm saying? But you got to get the orientation right, or else you're going to end up lost in the sauce over there talking about passports and, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it ain't even funny, man. You know what I mean? Because a lot of young and, mature folk are, caught up in these particular doctrines to throw their indigenous heritage to the side for what? For a new promise? Let's go. Chief Moray, take the wheel to go.
This picture. Geological support. Rivers and trees. The Euphrates. The so-called Euphrates River of the Middle East cannot possibly be the real Euphrates River.
Talk on it.
For one big reason, it does not fit the biblical description. The book of Genesis chapter 2 describes the Euphrates River as being just a head of a much larger river with 3 other heads. The Euphrates of the Mid-East is a lone river with no other heads, but it does connect at the mouth with another river, which is indeed the Counterfeit Tigris River. Egyptian Sea and the Red Sea. In Isaiah 11 and 15, The Most High points out the 7 streams of the Egyptian Sea. The Egyptian Sea of Africa does not have 7 streams. And it never did. We can also conclude that no stream ever flowed into it at all, for a number of reasons. The elevation of the land around the sea just wouldn't allow streams to flow into it. Rivers always start in high altitude regions, usually in mountain ranges. The closest mountain range to the sea is in the Mesopotamian area. The river of this area is the fake Euphrates River, which started in the highest point of the mountain, just east of Turkey. It began to flow southeast, and so did the Tigris. But why didn't the rivers just flow into the Red Sea? Like I mentioned previously, the terrain just would not allow. That just goes to show that the Red Sea, Tigris, and Euphrates are just counterfeit bodies of water with relatively new names. According to the 16th century maps made by Gerardus Mercator, the so-called Red Sea was originally named Sinus Arabicus, which translates to Arabian Gulf. No major sea in the world has a river that flows into it with exactly 7 heads, except for the Gulf of Mexico.
Bang!
A major river flows into the Gulf of Mexico, known as the Mississippi River, no pun intended. And it has exactly 7 heads: the Red River, the Arkansas River, the Missouri River, the Illinois River, the Ohio River, the Tennessee River. And the body of all these rivers are connected to the Mississippi River. The Mississippi River and its heads has been drying up extremely. Just like the prophecy states, these streams of the Mississippi have dried up severely over the years. It has dried up so much that Native American tribes like the Cherokee were able to walk across it during the Trail of Tears. Isaiah 11 and 15 does say that men shall go over it dry-shod, meaning with dry shoes. It is now only 1/5 of the size it was only a few centuries ago. Even though the Mississippi River has gotten smaller, it is now a fact that the Gulf of Mexico,
for the dismount, my nut,
even though they were found by the Smithsonian archaeologists. These gold artifacts heads. The Euphrates of the Mid-East is a lone river with no other heads, but it does connect at the mouth with another river, which is indeed the counterfeit Tigris River. Egyptian Sea and the Red Sea. In Isaiah 11 and 15, the Most High points out the 7 streams of the Egyptian Sea. The Egyptian Sea of Africa does not have 7 streams, and it never did. We can also conclude that no stream ever flowed into it at all, for a number of reasons. The elevation of the land around the sea just wouldn't allow streams to flow into it. Rivers always start in high altitude regions, usually in mountain ranges. The closest mountain range to the sea is in the Mesopotamian area. The river of this area is the fake Euphrates River, which started in the highest point of the mountain, just east of Turkey. It began to flow southeast, and so did the Tigris. But why didn't the rivers just flow into the Red Sea? Like I mentioned previously, the terrain just would not allow. That just goes to show that the Red Sea, Tigris, and Euphrates are just counterfeit bodies of water with relatively new names. According to the 16th century maps made by Gerardus Mercator, the so-called Red Sea was originally named Sinus Arabicus, which translates to Arabian Gulf. No major sea in the world has a river that flows into it with exactly 7 heads, except for the Gulf of Mexico. A major river flows into the Gulf of Mexico, known as the Mississippi River, no pun intended. And it has exactly 7 heads. The Red River, the Arkansas River, the Missouri River, the Illinois River, the Ohio River, the Tennessee River. And the body of all these rivers are connected to the Mississippi River. The Mississippi River and its heads has been drying up extremely. Just like the prophecy states, these streams of the Mississippi have dried up severely over the years. It has dried up so much that Native American tribes like the Cherokee were able to walk across it during the Trail of Tears. Isaiah 11 and 15 does say that men shall go over it dry-shod, meaning with dry shoes. It is now only 1/5 of the size it was only a few centuries ago. Even though the Mississippi River has gotten smaller, it is now a fact that the Gulf of Mexico has gotten much larger every year. But during the time of Moses, it was most likely a smaller sea, mostly compassed by dry land. Therefore, it can be concluded that the authentic Egyptian Sea is actually the so-called Gulf of Mexico. The Egyptian Sea is not the same as the Red Sea, which was split for passage during the Exodus from Mizraim. The true Red Sea is most likely the California Gulf. This can be confirmed because according to Genesis and Exodus, the children of Israel dwelt in Goshen. Just before the Exodus, Goshen was an Egyptian country. Okay, today is June 1st. Please say your name and spell it.
I mean, receipts after receipts after receipts. Love to the Chief Moray for the dismount, man. I mean, my niggas, we can't make this up, man.
Arizona, which will be proven later.
Let's get it back.
The Illinois River, the Ohio River, the Tennessee River. And the body of all these rivers are connected to the Mississippi River. The Mississippi River and its heads has been drying up extremely. Just like the prophecy states, these streams of the Mississippi have dried up severely over the years. It has dried up so much that Native American tribes like the Cherokee were able to walk across it during the Trail of Tears. Isaiah 11 and 15 does say that men shall go over it dry-shod, meaning with dry shoes. It is now only 1/5 of the size it was only a few centuries ago. Even though the Mississippi River has gotten smaller, it is now a fact that the Gulf of Mexico has gotten much larger every year. But during the time of Moses, it was most likely a smaller sea, mostly compassed by dry land. Therefore, it can be concluded that the authentic Egyptian Sea is actually the so-called Gulf of Mexico. The Egyptian Sea is not the same as the Red Sea, which was split for passage during the Exodus from Mizraim. The true Red Sea is most likely the California Gulf. This can be confirmed because according to Genesis and Exodus, the children of Israel dwelt in Goshen. Just before the Exodus, Goshen was an Egyptian country that was very successful due to its quick access to the Nile River. The Nile River is actually in Arizona, which will be proven later on in this presentation. Also, as I mentioned before, the Egyptian pharaoh Khayan, who was documented as a descendant of Zebnab-Piana, has a statue that was found in the Grand Canyon, which is in Arizona. And Arizona is actually close to the California Gulf. And Joseph himself must have lived near because his mummy was carried out of Egypt as well. A lot of what we call the United States today is actually ancient Egypt. Egyptian artifacts are found by the hundreds in this very country. Not only that, but the U.S. still has Egyptian names for some of its major cities. Memphis is a prime example of this. And let's not forget that Philadelphus was king over Egypt from 283 to 246 BCE. And what does Philadelphus sound like? The Nile River. According to Isaiah 19, verse 4 through 7, the Egyptian river, also known as the Nile River, will be utterly dried up, and all the plants around it will die. But if you look at the so-called Nile River in Africa, it is extremely beautiful. I would even visit it if I had the money, but too bad it is not our people's land. But do you know which river used to fill up its banks and sometimes even overflowed, but is now hundreds of feet beneath ground level? A river that used to teem with life, but is now home to nothing but dirt, rocks, and algae? The Grand Canyon. The same place where the majority of those Egyptian artifacts and pyramids were found. Our Creator does not lie. The Nile River is actually the Grand Canyon. Climate. It is evident that
slicing and dicing with a butter knife, my nigga, for the dismount. Oh boy, we coming home.
Place where the majority of those Egyptian artifacts and pyramids were found. Our Creator does not lie. The Nile River is actually the Grand Canyon. Climate. It is evident that different continents have different climates. The book of Jubilees describes this perfectly. In Jubilees 8 and 30, it tells you that the land of Ham, or Africa, is hot, and the land of Japheth, or Eurasia, is cold, and the land of Shem is mixed with both cold and heat. This scripture is an equation, and we must solve for X. And X is the land of Shem. The Jerusalem that they want you to claim is in Northeast Africa, still technically in the land of Ham. The Middle East snows occasionally, but overall the climate is hot. So where is the real land of Shem? The land mixed with hot and cold, a temperate and stable land. A land that will freeze you one day and cook you the next. A land that forces its civilians to come out of the house with a winter coat and summer pants on at the same time. The climate there just can't seem to make up its mind. What is this land? The land of hurricanes and tornadoes. The land of wildfires and blizzards in the exact same month of the year. This land is the Americas. The Americas is the true land of Shem, according to the climate description in Jubilees chapter 8. Trees. The cedars of Lebanon are described in many scriptures, especially Isaiah 2 and 13, as extremely large and tall trees, larger than any other trees on earth after the flood. The trees of the modern day fictitious Lebanon or any other place in the Middle East don't grow much taller than 132 feet, not even half as tall as the redwood cedars of California, which can grow to be about 380 feet tall and weigh more than 1.6 million pounds. Mountains. The current state of Israel does have several mountain ranges, but the land is still relatively flat compared to the land around it. It is obvious that the scriptures talk about mountain ranges a lot, especially Mount Zion. The Mount Zion of the current state of Israel is barely even a mountain. It's just a pathetic small hill. Isaiah 10 and 12 denotes Mount Zion as a hill, but Isaiah 40 and 9 also denotes it as a high mountain. So picture a hill with Zion sitting upon it and a mountain just around it. One final thing that I want to show you is this book I'm reading called The Greater Exodus. It was published in 1903. This is the preface. But the author ventures to make the apparently bold suggestion that the original migration took the opposite direction. Notice it said bold suggestion, meaning that this dude is crazy for thinking this. It also says the proper and original home of the Shemitic races is America.
The proper and original home of Shem is America. They don't have to tell us this, right? I mean, this don't come out of our public school information. We had to dig on this, right? To get the drop that the original migration took the opposite direction. The original migration took the opposite direction. The original migration took the opposite direction. So when they say these waves are coming from Africa, the original migration took the opposite direction. And that's what the whole Mormon drop was about, this Jackson County, this Caleb, this Noah, going to the so-called old world. The proper and original home of the Shemitic race is America and the greater Exodus, which was one which might well enough have taken 40 years, for it was the movement of a race from Mexico and Peru through North America. Across the ice, we're talking the Bering Straits or the Straits of Ania. Yeah. It's all happening. Hey, love to Chief Moray, love to UB TV, man. Love to all the tribe tuning in, man, for this, great session right here. That we get to check in and tap in and know that, we're already home. This is something that we should have been doing a long time, researching for our tabernacle. So this is a teachable moment for all of us, that what's within, we might need to pay more attention to. We might need to frequency up a little more into what we already have right here at our front door. Hey, Halal HaWah. Hey, we're just talking about the tabernacle, right? The tabernacle. The tabernacle of Zion. Come home. KTC. MHOE, my nugget. Stay dripping in that mem sauce. Hosea 3, my nugget. Hey, if the Christians had this would be on every bumper sticker all across the world, right? If they had anything that told them to seek the Creator and JC or any of their hijacks, but we know right here that Joshua, Hosea, Yeshua, chapter 3 is letting us know that Israel will return after you sat solitary many days without a Khan. Managa, the children, afterwards the children will return. And we will KTC, MHOE. And then we'll connect with ThaWaDa to be dripping in that mem sauce. Hijack free. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Tabernacle. The tabernacle will be raised. David will be raised. And you, Managa, you're already home and you're already free. Shalom to the tribe. Halal HaWah.